Hello everyone and welcome once again to the PokerStars Arena hosting the Sunday Million. And after that 1 week special edition where it was a $215 PKO, normal service resumes this week, a $109 buy-in, a field of 11,533 players, 2,033 paid, 79 players remaining as we come into day two, and a first prize of more than 118k. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan, alongside me Joe Stapleton. And Joseph, give us it one more time. Joseph Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
There we go, this time with sound. Let's get to the action straight away, Joe. Not too much of a build-up, not too much of an intro for this one without seeing some actual poker, because we have got some genuine superstars in action. At this stage of the Sunday Million, we have got Steven van Zadelhoff, a former Scoop main event champion, in action here, alongside Nasty Minder, that's Dinesh Alt, and Guzma, a player we've seen a fair bit of online over the course of this year. That's Pedro Guzma from Brazil. Blinds right now, 20,000, 40,000. Playing for that first prize of 118k with 79 players remaining. Actually make that 78. Already one bust out already, just 30 seconds into play. Everyone is now looking at $1,100, and we have got Dinesh Alt opening here with ace-king suited.
What a start. Super hand for the superstar.
Raise and take it.
Oh. And there's the bizarro version of ace-king suited, pocket queens.
But now we have artisanal sourdough for Aurel030, who has ace-5 suited and a pretty big stack, and that is a re-raise to 244,800.
That is what you do with the artisanal sourdough. The 4-bet candidate.
And what a flop for the ace-5. Come on.
Still behind, though.
Officially, but with near enough 60% equity with the pair, the diamond draw, the straight flush draw, we should point out.
Now,
which is dead because the 3 of diamonds was folded pre.
Lots of diamonds dead was going to be my point. That's right, full circle stopper. Ace-5 suited is like 75% versus queens. Man, you just have no idea here with queens how many landmines you have to avoid. But hey, preventing the river is a good way to do it.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, Joe and I had a week off last week. We didn't because we were still working, but we couldn't do this stream. However, Mr. Nicholas Walsh stepped in and with the assistance of Finton Hand did a sterling job. In fact, such a good job that we insisted that Nick come back this week. OP Nick, how are you, sir?
I'm very well. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly.
All right, awesome. Thanks for having me back, guys. I know we did such a fantastic job. I'm sure everybody in the chat would agree with you. So it only made sense. They had to give us back, guys.
Love you, Nick. Great to see you. We've got someone claiming to be Aurel in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, Aurel030, I mean, the Twitch name does match the screen name. Aurel claiming that it was a misclick fold with the ace-5 of diamonds. Has jacks here and raises to 86,000. Nuts in pants has king-queen of diamonds. And we've got a race on our hands. And it's a race that jacks is currently winning. And jacks remains the best hand. And nuts in pants is KO'd, taking us down to 77 players. So let's just quickly recap the key stats, right? A $109 buy-in, and as we referenced, total entries 11,533. That is 8,217 unique players and 3,316 re-entries. I can tell you, for example, that this is the third Steven van Zadelhoff that entered the Sunday Million yesterday. They played down to 79 last night. some big names almost made it to day 2. Players like Sam Grafton and Tatiana Barusava, but they busted just before play concluded last night. So now we come down to the final 79, playing down to a winner tonight. We'll follow this all the way through to the final table and down to the winning moment.
Whether that winning moment is a deal that's made and everyone's confused as to how to play it out, whether it's two players deciding to just move all in. Until there's a winner, we will be here for it.
Yeah, I'm wondering how long this is going to take the time, guys, because obviously me and Vincent covered the PKO version of this last week. And what you find towards the lighter stages of tournaments, obviously in PKOs, there's a lot more action because people are still hunting those bounties. So there's a really interesting dynamic where, you know, there's a spot where people just can't get away from the opportunity to try and win some big money. And that kind of pushed it a little bit faster, I think. But getting back into the normal speed, getting back into the non-PKO version, we'll see how long it's going to take.
Yeah, and worth pointing out that we saw Aurel pick up a suited, well, a straight flush draw earlier. Now it's the royal flush draw here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good looking board for Jack 10 of diamonds, right? You want that coordination, and he's going to get the action as well if he gets there when your opponent has the old trips in hand.
And IP makes it nearly 245,000 on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, look at that sizing, right? I think this is a really cool spot for him to get lots of value from the exact kind of hand that Jack. There it is. There's the straight. He did the right thing, though. He used the size that really punished this kind of a hand.
Oh, my goodness.
So here's the thing.
I don't care about the right thing. I care about justice.
We've already had one confession to a misclick from Aurel 030. Are we going to see another misclick having rivered the straight?
Oh, he's going for the check as well. I absolutely love this check. I mean, it's a perfect river, right? In a situation like this, yeah, it's nice to make flushes, but it's so much nicer to make the more disguised hand because your opponent's like, is he really going to call that big bet on the turn with Jack 10? Well, I don't know. Maybe Jack 10 of diamonds exactly. And there you go. He calls it. And he's eliminated from the tournament. Nice. Well played.
Well caught. Well rivered.
Well rivered. No, it really is the dream river, and the check on the river was very well timed. But yeah, I mean his hand is so deceptive, right? Because you know a lot of people might call a flop bet with a belly buster, but perhaps not the turn.
If I can, Nick.
Yeah.
We don't know that Aurel is a he. I mean, that could be Aurel's photo.
You're absolutely right. I do
Right
apologize. You're absolutely right.
And I'm hoping it is.
I do too.
Shall I say I don't, just to be contrary? No. I
Yeah.
do.
Cover the bases.
Keep it balanced. Balance the comment booth.
So yeah, we've already referenced Steven Van Zadelhoff at this table, winner of the Scoop main event back in 2017 for $1.6 million. Also
Nice.
won a Sunday Million that year for $194,000, live earnings of $2.5 million, and has been a professional poker player for more than 10 years. Also referenced Dinesh Alt, Nasty Minder. Came third in the Scoop main event back in 2019 for more than 600 grand. Final tabled a Sunday Million back in 2014. Again, a player with a lot of decent cashes. And Guzma, Pedro Guzma from Brazil. Best online score came in the WCOOP main event last year, $61,000 for 13th place.
Is this the final table? Why is everyone we recognize here?
Sometimes that's just
Sorry,
what the table draw gives you, right?
Does Aurel never not flop a draw?
Yeah, I mean this is a really nice draw to have too.
But no, you have to see this from Aurel's perspective. Oh, I run so bad. You know, I get straight flush draw, raw flush draw, and now just a flush draw. And does not get there.
are some ways you can get eights to fold.
Sure, sure. I mean, I think given the float on the flop, I think the eights did slow down here, thinking that there was a chance the button might have floated this low paired board with maybe an ace X combo.
And Rafa Peroni wins that part with the snowmans. Num num. So I'm interested, Nick, how did the Sunday Million play as a PKO? I imagine that with the structure, and we've commented in the past about the fact that when you've got a field of more than 10,000 players, you know, the structure needs to be quite pacey to get down to a winner in just 2 days. I imagine when you add the PKO element, that means it must be pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. And like the number of like situations that might be close or would have been close, you know, if you were playing a normal tournament, right? All of a sudden they weren't even close at all, right? So you'd have like one player's all in and he's got a really oversized bounty for whatever reason, and then one player has ace queen behind him, and then somebody's got aces behind him on top of that. So we were seeing lots and lots of these really, really brutal cold deck hands. And yeah, I mean, it was great. It was great. It was great viewing. There was actually one hand in particular that sticks out in my mind. If you guys missed it, I think a couple news outlets may have covered it and clipped it. We saw a player get it all in with what I thought was 4.5%. What the stats were telling us was 4.5%, but they went on to also indicate that because we could see cards up, it was in fact a 2% going to one card on the river that he managed to spike and eliminate one of the players, which was
funny. I don't remember playing the Sunday Million last week, but you say someone got one outed.
Also,
somebody got one outed with one card to come for his Sunday Million life. Yeah.
Also, Nick, I spend a decent amount of time watching CNN, Sky News. Those were two news outlets which I didn't see pick up on those hands, unfortunately.
I think he means Brazilian poker vamo.
It was something like that. It was a Brazilian poker news something, and I think one other UK based one. I can't remember.
Well,
but yes, CNN didn't quite pick up.
No, we are likely to be off to Flipsville here. Fig Alex, who lost the last hand, has tens, and Steven Van Zadelhoff is going to get it in with ace king. And we're going to flip that coin as tens call. Tens are holding. Ace or a king needed on the river. No dice. And that will be the elimination of the beast. Van Zadelhoff gone. Was one of the shorter stacks coming into day two. Goes out in 72nd place, cashing for $1,132.88. And that sees a money jump now, guys. So everyone is now guaranteed at least $1,500. Woo! And we have another all-in here. Fly away, Fracker. Gets it in with Queen Jack. Doesn't get any action.
I assume folding ace deuce there is okay, Nick.
Yeah, it seems fairly reasonable.
I love how the hot drinks somehow made their way from the Christmas themed table to the Sunday Million arena table.
It kind of feels a little bit random. Also, I kind of feel for like Guzma and Apokelius. It's like, what have we done to not get served a drink here? What are you going to do to get a hot chocolate in these parts?
Okay, guys, we've all been to that card room where you just no matter what you do, you can't get a drink. Come on, guys, let's be real. I think this is very realistic to card rooms all around the planet.
So you guys know we had Michael Cera on the podcast last week.
Oh, I still have to watch that. I can't wait. I love Michael Cera.
The next day that night, we played our home game, and the table had the Christmas theme. And he was at the seat. Queen on the turn.
That's going to be a double up for Homer, who survives.
He was at the seat with the hot cocoa, and he got seated next to me, directly to my left. And I was like, you better get that hot cocoa to hot go-go, because you're going to be out of here soon. And I laid the most ridiculous cooler on him. Sickest cooler ever. Huge pot for chip lead.
Nice.
which I was sad about because he left shortly thereafter.
Ruined it for everybody, Joe. Nice work.
Nobody wants to bust Michael because they're like, Michael Cera's playing. You know?
So they have
Yeah, I
been
think,
playing for 15 minutes, and we've already had 11 eliminations. 68 players now remaining. Trying to make it to the final table and take down this week's Sunday Million and the first prize of $118,207.71.
If anybody hasn't seen that videoized podcast, what's the official title for this, guys?
This is episode 201 of the Poker in the Ears podcast. And again, would remind everyone that if you're in the UK, you need to go specifically to the PokerStars United Kingdom YouTube channel and sign in order to be able to see it. Everyone in the rest of the world can go to the Central PokerStars channel. It's youtube.com/PokerStars, and you'll find it there, along with episode 200, which was the special extended anniversary edition, which features both Phil Hellmuth and Aaron Sorkin, not to mention Josh Molina, Maria Ho, Jen Chahadi, and Spraggy.
That was great. That's right, guys. Go and give them a look. Go and check them out.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think.
So Ace Queen suited coming with the open here.
Yikes,
I think Modern Lurker in chat has got a point. I don't think it would be worth playing this event and playing for first place if it didn't have that 71 cents on the end. If it was just, 118,207 even, you'd feel a little bit cheated. The 71 cents is absolutely the incentive to grind through this thing and lock up that W.
Look, there is a threshold, and it just so happens to be those 71 pennies.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit suspicious when it's an exact figure. When has a Sunday Million ever been like, 112,000.00? You probably don't even want to win that money. It's bad juju.
I do think, Joe, that there is something to be said, though, that we should, when the EPT restarts, when we start getting live events back off the ground again, hopefully sometime next year, that we can start doing payouts that have pennies or euro cents in them, right? Because can you imagine the cashier paying out and 1, 2, 3? Have you got change? Because that would make it easier,
Can I get a check for the rest?
Unfortunately, I do think
Like
that
days in
inevitably
advance.
it would be the coins that would end up in the tip jar and nothing else.
That's true. As opposed to the nothing else they often get.
So 9's out flopped here by King 8. Rafa Peroni now better than a 9-1 favorite.
Yet another reason why online poker is king. You don't have to tip the dealers.
Was this a 3-bet pot, guys? Did the King 8 actually 3-bet this hand?
And we've got the set of 9s on the turn for Fig Alex, which has got King 8 drawing dead. I think it may have been Nick.
Okay, that went a bit blurry for me on my end for a second. I think it looked like there was some money that went in pre. It was 3-bot. Three bot. Thank you, chat. I guess the set of 9s. It feels pretty good when you turn sets, guys. What do you think, chat? Feels pretty good, right?
I think it's the best feeling.
It really is one of the best feelings in poker.
I don't
You're like, I'm all checked out. Now I'm checked in again. Sorry, sign me up again.
Don't quite understand how we've got to a situation where they're playing for stacks, but Rafa Peroni has less than pot behind, second pair, and decides to shove river.
Committing to the bit.
And Fig Alex, I think the hand is too strong. Okay, there's 3 clubs out there, but, yep, a good call by Fig Alex. And the elimination of Rafa Peroni out in 61st place, cashing for nearly $1,600.
How often is a set of 9s good there, though?
Well,
Are you asking
I mean,
genuinely?
a set is very, very frequently going to be good. I think by the time the pot was so overinflated, I think the price he had on the river, he probably had to go with it, though. Like James said, how do we get to the point where these two hands are in a situation where SPR is under 1?
So after that pot, Fig Alex just shy of 4.3 million. That will mean that Alex is 6th on the leaderboard. It is God Awful from Canada, who is the current chip leader with 6.6 million. Tiltinia from Brazil was the start of day chip leader and is now 2nd in chips with 6.1 million.
All right. Does Homer want to take a flip? No.
Nope. Dinesh Alt opening here with ace-8. And 9-4 of spades for Fig Alex. And that's a pair of 9s on the flop, second pair. Continuation bet of 100K from Nasty Minder.
We can't fold now.
Oh, always an ace.
Well, you
Always
should fold now.
an ace on the disc.
And it's frustrating, right? You're obviously not calling with 9-4 suited to give up on the flop. Plus, you got the backdoor spades, which makes, I mean, even the ace of spades in the turn gives you a nice way to continue, even on one of the more dangerous cards.
Yeah.
But yeah, he got away with it. Nice, well done. That's that turn is really damning. It's very difficult to play that just right.
You're like 1 overcard, fine. 2, forget it.
Yeah, especially when a lot of their opening range there is going to contain ace-x combinations.
So we got pocket queens here for Apokelius. 57 players remaining now, so 22 eliminations since play started 21 minutes ago.
Of those players, More Disbeats wants to know any well-known pros remaining. Yes, thank you for your question.
In fact, we have got a couple of them at this table. Nasty Minder, Dinesh Alt, and Pedro Guzma, who plays as Guzma.
Guzma. So pretty good flop here for queens with the queen of diamonds blocker. I think, you know, like 1/3, 1/4 pot here is really good. Ooh, there you go. All right, I like it. I like it a lot. My kind of size here. Obviously, having queens on this texture is just really, really killer for you because you're blocking queen jack, you're blocking queen 10, you're blocking king queen. And then, of course, backdoor diamonds are still an option. The king is definitely kind of a danger card in these situations, though. Your opponents will have some king X combos here still. Okay, does continue this time for around half pots. Lots of reasons why this continue is good. Although the king is a little bit scary sometimes because your opponents will be coordinated around it once in a while. But I like the size up though, you know, and the ace-4 of clubs, you can see the sizing on the flop was so well sized that it actually kept ace high, basically no draw except for the back door there.
Jack
and on the river.
in the box wishes to observe that Queen is a good hand. I would agree, especially when you have 100% equity on the river.
Keep your hot takes out of our chat.
Blinds are up to 30,000, 60,000. We are playing 15-minute blind levels in this Sunday Million.
Can we all agree Nick is the best? Another hot take. Blazing hot.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, well, if you think queens are a good hand, kings are one better. We've also got 8s, ace, jack, and 7s out there, so this might get interesting.
Buckle up, buckaroos.
All in with 8s.
Buckle up, buckaroos.
What does Flyaway Fracker do with ace-jack here? What does Guzma do with sevens, knowing that you've got APOC to act behind?
Oh, yeah, I mean...
That's what ace-jack does.
That's what ace-jack
bye-bye.
Okay, so 2 players all in here. Ace-jack on the flop, ace on the turn, full house for Flyaway Fracker, who gets a near triple up. Meanwhile, we see Homer eliminated, and we're going to go across to another table and meet some of the other players remaining in the Sunday Million.
James just cutting away so I don't have a meltdown over those kings.
Joe Stapleton triggered. Flashbacks.
So sick.
That was fairly sick, yes. I'd also like just to point out really quick, guys, that Kings is also a good hand.
Apparently not.
The proof is in the pudding, as they say.
So we've got Pinguinio, Tactical Tan, Vasana. Who are you going to call? Tom Sawyer, Charlie 580, Perednis, Oloroniak, O Residento. Line up
Fun matchup here
at this table. So just to be clear, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tables, 7 tables left in play. Playing down to the final table, playing down to a winner tonight.
Do you think Tom Sawyer loves the Ghostbusters or hates ghosts?
That's a really good question.
It could just be an anti-ghost avatar.
What if he just didn't even know about Ghostbusters? He just thought this was a really good anti-ghost badge he just found on Google Images one time.
I just effing hate ghosts.
He's finally an image for me I can put on my PokerStars to really represent me.
He's like, what's Ghostbusters?
So our previous feature table has broken now. We are down to 6 tables, and you'll notice that Nasty Minder, Dinesh Alt, has been moved to this table, taking the bottom seat.
King Queen suited takes the option to just play this in position without any additional aggressive action, which I think I really like at this stage.
Yeah.
You make so much money with this hand in position, and you don't need to go too crazy with it just yet. And it's a great flop as well. 2 overcards and the clubs. So he's going to put some more money in the pot.
Just going to quickly reference, Nick, that Cullen Skink has just asked how excited we are for the $109 $5 million guaranteed big blowout event. We are going to talk about the blowout series, and more specifically the big blowouts, during the first break in play, which is going to be in about 25 minutes time. Because a reminder, we're showing the action on a 30-minute delay. So you know how it works on Stars. Synchronized break at 5 to the hour. If you're watching it on a 30-minute delay, you take the break at 25 minutes past the hour.
You lost me.
Pretty simple math, huh, Bob?
Oh, those trays. Oh, those trays. I mean, he's really, really shallow here.
Wow,
But those trays, UTG, man, you're... Oh, it's
Jacks. Double knockout.
Oof. All right. Fast and furious on this Sunday Millie.
Hell yeah.
Man, when you got Jackson, they hold and you knock 2 players out. Jeez. All right.
And they always will.
Nothing ever goes wrong with Jacks. Wow, this is a not insignificant 3-bet pot. 3-way to the flop. And we've got trip 10s for Dinesh Alt, Nasty Minder. Meanwhile, both Tom Sawyer and Oloroniak have flush draws.
Tell them Large Marge sent you.
How many diamonds in this deck?
A bunch more. 7, I think.
So the ace high
Ace
flush
Jack
draw,
diamonds.
150K.
I mean, you sat there. You sat there and everyone else has checked so far, and you're like, oh man, this is a great flop for me. This is a great spot. I might just have the best hand right now. I'm gonna go ahead and bet like 1/4 pot. Meanwhile, oh no, Queen 10, how do you feel?
I think you like it.
I'm thinking you're liking it. Usually, it's kind of scary, but I'm not sure you can get away from your hand.
For those of you asking about where we are at in the Sunday Million right now, 51 players remaining. We started day 2 with 79. We're already down to 51 after 30 minutes of play.
Queen of Diamonds, of course, being dead, you guys.
I don't know. Well, I know I don't want Tom's hand, but I don't know whose hand I want here.
Well, Tom is now drawing
such
dead.
Look at that Stone Temple Pilot ratio. Almost exactly 1-to-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty sweet. I mean, when that guy slows down as well, he's probably the person that's most likely to have, you know, the stuff that you really don't want to see based on that action on the flop. So this is a really, really clean turn for the Queen 10, and you kind of get some additional confirmation that the guy that raised pre didn't want it.
So Nasty Minder wins that pot uncontested. That pot was 1.7 million and is now back in action, opening under the gun with Ace Queen. Charlie has got 7-6 offsuit. Charlie. Fireworks for Dinesh Alt. And, of course, the lucky horseshoe.
Quite the flop for Ace Queen.
Yeah. And the fold.
Goes for
So chip leader right now, just in case you want to keep track of these things, is Fahrenheit 95, who's got 7.2 million. Former chip leader God Awful now sits in second with 6.1 million. And still at 51 players right now.
Three formidable hands. Under the gun, small and big blind.
Okay, come in with the 3 bets.
Yeah.
A little bit over 3x.
It's a best case scenario. 3-betting the under the gun raiser. Domination Nation.
Gets the fold from Ace 10 and from King Queen. So I have to ask, Nick, because obviously I know you still do your, are they your pretty much daily streams, right? From Grand Tour?
Yep, pretty much.
So are you still, on days when you're covering the Sunday Million, like last Monday and this week, are you still getting up at the crack of dawn to stream that and then hanging around to do this? Are you double shifting?
Yep. I'm double shifting. I want it. I'm out here trying to make waves. Yeah, no, so basically 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Getting in some volume, playing the Grand Tours, doing an hour of study session as well. So afterwards, covering the hands that we, covering some hands that we had marked up from that session, using tools like ICMizer to try and figure out whether or not we're making good adjustments for bounties. Yeah, taking a short break, having some food really quick, and then joining you guys for what is the best show on Twitch on a Monday. And no, I mean that's no, I love it though. I love it. It's really no bother to me.
That's a lot of hard work, Nick.
That's a lot of streaming. It's a lot of streaming. But I tell you what, by the time Tuesday comes around when I'm doing a double shifter, I certainly feel like it's a Thursday. But you know, we survive. We endure.
I love it.
What's funny is people think that like Twitch streaming isn't a real job. And you're like, actually, I probably put in more hours than you do at your 9 to 5, Dad.
Oh.
Yeah, basically.
9-8 out flops Ace King in spectacular fashion.
The last 2 8s.
Beautiful.
And Liam Mackey has 0.6% equity.
James, do we think Liam Mackey might be Liam McLeod, cameraman for the EPT?
I mean, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. I'm going to say no, having seen Liam play poker, but...
Oh.
Well, he's going to get let off easy here.
In fact, Liam started today second on the leaderboard. Liam Mackey playing from the UK. Best ever cash before this was for $10,600 in a $215 Battle Royale PKO. Fairly new player to Stars, all cashes from late 2020. So it'll be interesting to see how far Liam can go in this event with 49 players remaining, guaranteed just shy of $1,600. And a reminder, there is a six-figure score up top for the winner of this week's Sunday Million.
Persona must be old school. Look at that. No numbers. Capital B. Sounds like someone we should know.
Also, just the simple black and white sunglasses avatar.
Right, there's a Versana herbal tea.
More importantly, and is O resident or resident, I'm just going to keep it simple, is resident's avatar the Hofmeister bear?
I don't know what that is, but I'm going to look it up.
The great lager, Follow the Bear, who is all in here and racing with nines against ace-queen, and that is the 9 on the turn. Ace-king, rather. It was ace-queen on the flop, to top pair for Versana, but the set on the turn sees resident survive and double up.
No, I don't think it's the Hofmeister bear.
I'm
The
cleansing a
Hofmeister
theme here.
does not wear sunglasses.
I thought the
I predict we're
Hofmeister
going to
bear...
see a lot of turn sets.
And I'm going to do some Googling of my own. I'm not the only, you're not the only one who can use the internet, Stapleton.
What?
For great
But it's all I
lager.
bring to the table.
Follow the Bear. Oh, you're right. It was... Oh, my God. It barely looked like a bear. That was an awful, awful bear costume. I mean, knowing the money that companies spend on advertising, I'm surprised they allowed a bear costume that bad to be used in their adverts.
Maybe they didn't have the technology back then.
The 80s,
Maybe bear
Joe.
costumes
I mean,
weren't that good.
look at the animal costumes in 2001: A Space Odyssey. Look at Planet of the Apes. Pretty decent monkey costumes. I'm sure 20 years later, they could have come up with a better bear costume than what Hofmeister had in their commercials.
James, you clearly don't know enough about animal costumes. Monkey costumes have always been the easiest of all costumes to put together. Bear costumes are by far the more complex. And it wasn't until Mr. Bear...
We already look like monkeys. It's not that hard.
At some point, one specific prosthetics guy came in and changed the game forever when it came to bear costumes.
Couldn't fold from Residento.
So,
Yeah, got away from that one.
just to be clear, Nick, in addition to being a professional poker player and a self-taught website designer, you also know a lot about costumes.
I try and keep like, you know, something to myself. I'm a little bit of a bear costume connoisseur. Got over 15 suits.
Are you a furry?
No, I'm not a furry. No, but I feel like now at some point in the future, definitely need to put on a bear costume now. Try to keep that to myself.
3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, nothing yet.
No.
Nasty Minder.
I'm glad that you were there to calculate that for us, Joe, and confirm that there is not a straight in play yet.
Yes'm. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. Amen to that. Okay, pocket jacks here. Looking pretty. Might get some action off the A7 or the 10-3. But it depends on how these guys want to play their SBs. Nasty Minder probably the one most likely to understand this range. And I think it is in there. He does call, yeah.
One pair, one spade.
Nasty.
Nasty.
Well, Jack's still good and near enough a 9-1 favorite. And Jack's still good.
What run out would you be happy with Jacks? Jack, even still.
Is it possible
when-
possible to be happy with
I don't think so.
Ace Jack 5, Ace Jack 6. There you go. That's the flop you want to see in that situation. Everything else is bad. Everything else you hate.
Ace Jack now for Versana.
Ooh.
I've seen
Okay.
a lot of this. There's themes here.
Yeah, I just want to know how much everyone wants to see the heart on the turn. On a scale of 1 to 10, 11 being the highest, how much do you want a heart on the turn? How much do you want to see all of the chips go in and us have a pot nearing 6 million?
Oh yes. Oh, the check raising again.
Instead, we get
Double
double paired
paired
board. Come on.
Uh,
Action killer. Oh.
yeah, it's not ideal. It's really not ideal.
I'll tell you what, a 6 million chip pot would be even more interesting now.
Oh.
You were never ahead, Olo.
We've all been there before, though. You got the hand, and you're on the river, and you check the turn. You going, could I still bluff here?
You can't bluff it. You're never good at showdown. It just sucks.
It's just going.
Maybe.
I know it. Like, and we've all been there where we've leveled ourselves. We went, wait a minute. No, it's all coming clear now. I definitely can represent a boat. It's in. They got a boat. Never mind. GG, you're out of the tournament. So yeah, we've all been there. You could feel that pause.
Okay, blind v blind. And that is a walk for Liam Mackey.
The worst is when you bluff that and you get called by the lower full house.
You're right. You're absolutely right. You're like, oh, I've actually found a spot where I can still get some folds, and I still didn't get the folds. All right,
Nope.
nice. Yeah, pocket tens here, looking really pretty.
GG.
Liam in the small with queen 10 decides to call. Does not improve on the flop.
The old 1/3-a-roo.
And see if we get the fold from Liam to this continuation bet. We do. Just to give you an overview of how things are going overall, 47 players remaining now, and it is Escape Missio from the United Kingdom, who is the current chip leader with 6.5 million. God Awful in second, Fahrenheit 95 in third.
Oh, Residento.
Oh, Residentio.
You might want
Mine's
to put in your change of address card. I don't think you'll be residing here much longer.
Needs a 9. Not rescued by the 9 this time. He can't bear it. A 47th place finish worth just shy of $1,600. And we're down to 46. Next money jump is when we're down to 44. That's when everyone is guaranteed 2,200.
And a 109 buy-in?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Modern Lurker says none of these people none of the players we're watching right now will make the final table because none of them have cat avatars. It astounds me with the amount of streaming of online poker that we have done in the last 9 months that people are still not getting the message that the cat avatar is the only way to be guaranteed success. Guaranteed, not guaranteed.
Maybe they're just not feeling it.
Oh.
Ace 8 of diamonds opening here. It is the pocket rockets for Charlie 580. The bullets. The boots.
It's just crazy. This ace 8 means you're blocking aces. It's weird.
Hey, Joe, have you ever noticed how pocket aces look a lot like the American Airlines symbol?
You know what? Now that you say it. Ace is anonymous.
When you put it like that. Oh, the call.
Okay.
Whiff.
Yeah. Charlie
Okay.
makes it nearly 400k on the flop. Okay, so we've got a personal anecdote from one of our viewers, and obviously we need the follow-up here. Vescu91 says, thanks to James, I changed my avatar to my cat. But Vescu, what we need to know is how has that impacted on your results? I want to
How much money have you won?
Exactly. Tell me about all the cashes, all the scores, all the flips you've won. I need to see, I don't need scientific evidence, just anecdotal evidence is fine. And if you want to skew it so that it actually informs the narrative we're trying to spin here, that's perfect. Just let us know how you've been getting on, because you've been winning and running really good, haven't you?
We won't check.
King's still good on this 9-9 deuce
here.
flop. How do we go 4-way to this flop, Nick?
Because King's didn't 3-bet.
I don't know. So it's pretty wild. But when you got these big pairs, it's not the kind of action that you're looking for. It's very much danger zone. But it's a pretty dry board for Kings. I mean, like, I actually don't even mind the check here with Kings, specifically just because you're going to have the best hand, and the kind of action you're going to get on this texture is not the kind of action that you want, right? He actually is inducing the sixes to actually get it out, though. That's great.
See?
Come on.
Vescu comes back with a stat, a hashtag fun fact, if you will. I have won 51% of my flips now. So you are now performing above expectation by an entire percentage point. The power of the capital.
If I could win 50% of my flips, I would never complain about poker again for the rest of my life.
Joe, have you considered replacing your avatar with a cat?
I haven't, but
Because, you know,
I'm pretty desperate at this moment.
on balance, cat, smug bearded face. Cat, smug bearded face. I feel that it could tip the balance in your favor.
So we did see the Kings actually check raise the sixes on this flop, which when you're thinking about, like, you know, I know it's a multi-way pot, and I know you're concerned about, like, there being trip nines, but of all the hands to actually have trip nines, it's not going to be that one that often, right? Because think about when you're that far out of position, you're going to have some small pocket pairs. You're going to have like ace, king, king, queen. You know, I mean, not necessarily ace, king, and all that. But what I'm saying is there's not that many 9x combinations that actually are going to be in there. Now, if the guy who's in the big blind is betting on that texture where he's the last person to enter the pot, he's going to have way more random 9x combos that he came along with just because it was a nice, juicy multi-way pot. So I think I like the play because you can definitely cap your opponent there pretty heavily.
Heads up between Olo and Mrs. Wing. Great to see more ladies in the game.
That's Mrs. Wing KK to you, Joe. playing from the United Kingdom.
KK.
KK.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, and Mrs. Wing didn't need to improve, but does.
Every time you say Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, it reminds me of when I stayed at Barry's house and his robe would fall open.
Wow.
Oh, the visual on that. Wow. The
Please tell me it was accidental and not some strange kind of thing.
Definitely accidental, but definitely didn't try hard enough for it to not happen either.
Okay.
Barry's Greenstein makes an appearance.
Here we go. More
this
evidence. Alex Gain. I replaced my avatar with a cat last week, and I confirm it has doubled my flip win rate.
What?
wow.
To be fair, Joe, you would be the ultimate test of the Catvatar. Could it turn around your game? Could it suddenly improve your results? If it does, then we know it's proof positive. That to me is definitive.
Does the cat matter? Like which cat it is, doesn't matter.
Any cat will do.
Okay. I'm going to do it now. So that way it'll be approved by my home game on Wednesday.
Nasty Minder opening here with King 7. Gets flattered by Olo with Ace 10. Liam with Queen Jack.
Quite a pretty hand here, and you're getting a really, 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 really good price. Queen Jack of Diamonds is one of those hands that does really well multi-way. So I don't think we're going to see a fold. But I think probably a call is best here.
Google image search for cats.
Oh, unless he's going to time out. Oh. And a jack on the flop as well. He sits immediately back in. Maybe he just ran out of time there.
So frustrating to miss out on this opportunity. As things stand, Nick, Ace High still the best hand in this heads-up pot.
Yeah, definitely. I think he probably intended to play that hand. I don't think he was just dwelling on it for that long.
Okay, pair of
10
tens
doesn't-
now.
It improves, but he doesn't need it, but definitely helps things.
You'd rather have a pair than just Ace High.
Yeah, definitely simplifies a lot of the decision making on the river, and of course, you know, you're denying the 7, just the opportunity to improve. That's a lot of cards that you've just taken out of King 7's strike zone.
Okay, done.
Checks it back. Excellent. Well done, Joe. So nasty.
I chose a photo of a cat wearing a COVID-19 mask.
I like the fact that it's topical as well. And we have got a river bluff from Dinesh Schultz of 315,000. Does this get picked off? It does.
Oh, man.
Yeah, yeah.
That's unfortunate.
And Olorionek wins the last hand of that level as the blinds go up to 40,000, 80,000. 45 players remaining in the Sunday Million. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the final 5 tables.
Wow.
My favorite needle I get now is when someone tells me my bluff didn't make any sense. That like puts me on stone tilt.
I think Ace 10 did really well there to assess what to do on that turn, right? Because when you get to that stage, you made your pair, and he's not really showing a lot of action, like a lot of aggressive action. You're thinking, I'll just, I'll put in a bet now, I'll take it down. But I think he's picked a really good spot to have a check again on the turn because, at that stage, you're pretty confident you have the best of it. You also have an overcard, like Ace is still probably going to be good for you as well. So there's not that many downsides. And also your opponent is very likely to lead the turn with the flush draw. If he's going to start semi-bluffing, that's probably where he's going to do it. So it's not even like you're that concerned about the heart run out either. So the check on the turn was definitely what let him in, gave him the opportunity to do so on the river. So I think I really, really like that. It was kind of subtle, but I think those little decisions are where you can win more chips,
So we've got Domination Nation here, King Jack versus Queen Jack, and King High still the best hand.
Yeah, it's a good board for King Jack. Ace high paired board kind of situations are good.
This is a good board for King Jack.
Well, it's a situation where if you're looking for the times where King High is going to be good, it's they're pretty good ones.
And we have hit
It's
the
about
first,
what I'm saying is it's about as good as it gets when you got King High.
well, we've hit the first break of the day, guys, and that means a brief hiatus in the action. And as we just referenced, 45 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million. We are approaching, in fact, we are on a money jump. 44th place gets an additional $700 near enough. Chip leader right now is still Escape Missio from the UK with 6.7 million. God Awful from Canada sits in second with 5.7 million. We'll get you back to our feature table when the action restarts. Meanwhile, we did say that we would discuss the blowouts. So here's the thing. On these Monday nights, for the last few weeks, we've been streaming day 2 of the Sunday Million. So Nick and Finson very kindly stepped in last week. In fact, next week, Nick, I think you're back on your own again, right?
Yeah, I believe that's correct. Yes.
Please tell me they're going to put someone with you. Please tell me you're not going to be literally on your own, streaming 5 to 6 hours of the Sunday Million. No.
You know, if that would be the case, I'd be quite happy to do it. But I imagine they're going to put somebody with me. People seem to like the Nick Finton chemistry, which is previously unexplored. So
cool.
Yeah, maybe that'll be the case. I'm not quite sure yet.
Well, I hope so. I think that'll be awesome. And then, well, to be honest with you, things get different after Christmas because, as you've probably seen, on Sunday, the 27th of December, the Blowout Series starts. So a lot of people were expecting the Winter Series to be announced and Winter Series 2020/2021 to kick in. Instead, it's something called the Blowout. And the real headline here and the real takeaway and the thing that we're going to be focused on from a streaming perspective are these events called the Big Blowouts, which are effectively expanded versions of the Sunday Million. It's the same format as the Sunday Million, but the guarantee is 5x'd. So for $109 buy-in on Sunday the 27th of December, you're going to be looking at a $5 million guarantee instead of a $1 million guarantee. Now, I should point out that those buy-ins are going to go up as the series goes on. So there are 4 big blowouts in total. The first is $109. The second is $215. Then it goes to $530. Then it goes to $1,050. And all of them have a $5 million guarantee. And they're all going to be massive events. And Nick, I know you're going to be part of the team again. We're going to stream these. Again, the late stages, when it's down to a manageable number, when they're playing down to the final table and the final table itself as well, over the course of 2 days. Should be fun. Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, the longer we've been doing these sort of online cards up situations, the more value I see in it, you know, even just for like just me observing it as a viewer, but then, you know, people coming and saying to me how much they're enjoying this kind of content. And this was a whole new spin, right? When we've done this for Sunday Million, we're seeing a very different level of play from what we're used to seeing when we were doing the much bigger events for WCOOP and for EPT and all that kind of stuff. So I'm looking forward to that same kind of a dynamic, but with the much larger payouts. I mean, we're talking about ridiculously life-changing money for pretty affordable little spots.
How are they planning on hitting these guarantees, James? Because I can only tweet about this so many times.
I imagine that we're seeing a lot of satellites and a lot of tickets being given away over the course of the month of December. And when we talk about this being a blowout, this is a real kind of end of year kind of just sort of mass festival / party with loads of added value. So I imagine that's how we're going to see the fields boosted in these big blowout events. Should point out as well that I think there's something like 86 events in total, maybe close to 90 on the schedule across the entire series, which runs from the 27th to the 19th. And to talk specifically about the events that we are streaming, in addition to the big blowouts, there are 3 high roller events, which also start on Sunday and conclude on the Monday. So just to be clear, for the 4 weeks of the blowout series, we're going to be streaming on Mondays and Tuesdays, 2 days a week. So that's for 4 weeks of the series, that's 8 streams. And on the Mondays, we'll have the late stages. In fact, I think it's going to be exclusively final tables of the high roller events, and then we'll pick up the action on day 2 of the big blowout as it plays down to the final few tables. And then on the Tuesday, it's all about the conclusion of the big blowout and who's going to win a ridiculous 6-figure, maybe even 7-figure score in those events. So the high roller events, the first week I think it's a 5K. Second week it is also a 5K, but it's a PKO. Then there's a 10K high roller on the penultimate weekend. The final weekend, no high roller, so it's all about that blowout. That's the 1K. So that will be a case of almost like the main event of the series, right? That's going to be following it down from the final few tables down to the final table on Monday, and then down to a winner on the Tuesday. And even though we're only streaming 2 days out of 7, I still think it should be really good because it's focused, right? It's high rollers, big blowouts. It's the big events that people care about. It's these expanded versions of the Sunday Million, and it's the high roller events that we know get everyone excited. And Joe, we're getting the band back together. In addition to Nick, Griffin, Sam, and Maria are all on board as well.
Awesome. It's going to be a good time. A way to ring in 2021.
Yeah. And that's the weird thing is it is kind of meant to be an end of year celebration. Feels a bit weird, right? Considering what 2020 has been like, but it is meant to be a kind of like full stop, a kind of definitive end to what has been a very up and down.
We're going to blow up 2020, just like John Oliver did.
Yeah, kind of to a certain degree, but most of the series is in 2021 because it runs from the 27th of December to the 19th of January. So most of it is in the first few weeks of January. But it still very much kind of has that New Year party vibe. Should be a lot of fun. And Joe, I know we're going to talk about this again when we record this week's podcast. We'll go over the details again. But what you guys really need to know is that as far as streaming is concerned, it's going to be Mondays and Tuesdays throughout the Blowout series. And again, focusing on the high roller events, the 5K, 10K buy-in events, and those big blowouts, the $5 million guaranteed events, which start on a Sunday and conclude on a Tuesday. Cards up all the way. And the great thing is, it's at the usual times. You don't have to worry about when does the stream start. 6:30 p.m. UK time, 7:30 Central European time. That's 1:30 Eastern, 10:30 a.m. Pacific. So what else are you going to be doing during that period, right? Especially those in-between days, between Christmas and New Year, where you're just sitting around. You're not working. There's nothing probably worth watching on TV. There's no new movies coming out anywhere. So, hey, those 2 days of streaming should sort you out. And then you're going to be hooked.
All right, I'll
3 weeks.
play.
I'm not sure.
Face it, you guys got nothing better to do. That's what he's saying, right?
Action's restarted, guys. We're going to take you to a new feature table, and I will leave you in the capable hands of Joe Stapleton and Nick Walsh.
The almost capable hands. Hello, my babies. Welcome back to the Sunday Million.
Sunday Million, let's go.
Case up. You didn't hear. 11,533 players entered this event. We are down to 45. There's a pay jump at 44th, so we're on a bubble right now. Everyone now guaranteed 1,500, goes up to 2,200 if you can last one more spot.
Just one more. Yeah, they're dropping like flies so far, Joe. It's going pretty quickly. But
you 3 Meha with the 7-8 of hearts. Guzma, a player we know. A player with results. Brazilian. Not playing this hand though. 4-3 in the big. This is one you can let go, eh? 4-3 off.
oh yeah, that's fine. Doesn't look even remotely like sourdough bread.
Ace queen out of the gun for our Saxo.
I don't know about you, Joe, but that meme is definitely sticking around for me. A lot of people still bringing it up. I like it. I'm into it.
It seems to have taken hold a little bit. Ace queen still the best hand after tip 2. Defends Jack 10.
Feel like you bet here. Feel like you're usually going to go ahead and put in a bet with the old ace queen. Nice and small.
Use that
whole time bank.
a little a bit above a quarter pot, pretty small, as Nick's adjusted, and Tattoo folds. Kuzma, king deuce suited, folds. Aurel was hanging around in chat, folds.
You know,
We think.
10 of spades actually doesn't take the opportunity to open the pot there. I think, wow, just a whole lot of nothing for this hand.
Tattoo limps in. Domination Nation.
No change. 8-5 still the best hand. Putting in the bet. Probably gonna scoop this one most of the time here, I imagine.
8-5 or 8-6.
The old 8-5, the aggressor. Two ways to win, Joe.
Okay.
2 ways to win.
I always forget about that.
All right, once again, some pretty Queen Jack and Queen Jack. I think a lot of people tend to get away from these at this stage in the tournaments. Very, very, especially the offsuit variety, very difficult to play well from those positions. Very frequently you get raised off them. Very frequently you are going to put yourself in some awkward situations. Like, I don't know, running into ace queen in the big blind, for example, that's not ideal.
Not a lot of jacks to hit.
Yeah, he's only got 10 bigs, so I sympathize. But with so many players behind you, it can get messy. Ace queen, the best hand right now. And
Ace
there
queen
you have
hold.
it. Ace queen hold.
Kuzma eliminated one of the more accomplished players in the field. Over $3.5 million in cash is gone. And everybody else ladders up.
All right, so we did see a pay jump just then as well, right, Joe?
Yep.
All right, how much is the new payout?
$2,200
Beautiful.
for 110 bucks. Strong top set.
112 blocks. Oh, it's one of those boards as well, Joe. You're like, eights are pretty good here. It's not a bad board for eights. Oh no, it's terrible. It really isn't great. He does check on the flop here, controlling the size of the spot. Makes the call.
Eight's dead on the turn.
Like maybe a cheeky half potter, something like that. Goes for 280 into 688s. And that is 9 still with the best hand. 8's kind of has an interesting, like, super blocker situation going on here, but he hasn't really played it in a meaningful way to actually represent anything like that at this point in this hand, I don't think. So I think it's pretty much just gonna go. Yeah, I mean, nine's trying to save from getting in any awkward situations there.
Action folds around the R Saxo. Ace Jack suited. Ace Deuce suited for Rodek. And we get a re-raise. Nobody says re-raise anymore.
I think we're bringing back Belly Buster though, mate. Don't worry. Hasn't been a single stream yet where I haven't been corrected for saying
Almost fully resurrected. Dangerous flop for Ace Deuce. Outkicked.
Oh, okay.
And
Check and
now
check.
Aces and trays with the, kicker. Chop it up.
Kicker problems here.
What a run out for Radek. Everyone loves it. That's all we'll say, Nick. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Loves the chop pot.
Ace Queen suited for Vafadrian.
Savagery. Yep, that's all of it. King's definitely not getting away, obviously.
Nah, dog.
Nah, dog. Ooh, just goes for the cheeky flat, though.
Don't think it will affect anything here.
Not really, no. I don't think so either.
Ace Queen does. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not a good day for Kings. Double up for Vafadrian.
And Kings have been getting savage today. Nines have been making lots of sets as well. I mean, I think we've seen 3 or 4 sets of nines. On 2 occasions, I think they were turned as well. And Queen's going to go in the middle here for sure. Nice one. A7 of diamonds does call.
7 on the flop. Diamond's too late. Running king is not a factor. STFN doubles up.
Doubles with the queens.
Roddick with a much better holding this time around. Ooh. Rosie Palms a little bored, I guess. Flats to 7-8 in the small blind. And it's Vafadrian who pairs their king. Ace Queen is way out in the weeds. Just kidding.
There you go.
Just kidding. Ace on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, 8-7 of spades here. I think they kind of got the stack where they can come along here. I think it's not the end of the world. It's just a hand that has so much playability and has a lot of. It's got a lot of those nice properties that allow it to crack aces.
What about a 3-bet though?
Yeah, could do. This time Ace Queen trying to protect. King 7 gets away though. Makes you think about that size. I wonder if a smaller size might have kept that king in for one more streak, getting a little bit more value.
Nick, I have the best hand. I don't want to keep it in.
All right, kings v nines. I think the nines are all in here. They are indeed. And the kings. Oh, there it is again. How?
Man, oh man, kings are just awful today. Do not play kings.
What is?
Fold kings, that's right.
That was the double theme. Not only were the kings cracked, but the nines also made another set. What is with it today? Nines.
Super is correct. Just fold your kings from now on.
Stars nuts all day.
King Queen for STFN folds from early position. Interesting. Rosie Palms out with the ace-8. Was that a walk for fives? Yeah, sure was.
Wow. Meanwhile, Queens showing up once again. Queens have been doing okay. Kings not so much. I'm thinking Rosie Palms is probably in the danger zone here. Yeah, it's going to go in the middle. Tens being a very, very strong hand at this stage in the tournament when you have that many big blinds. And I don't think queens are going to fold somehow.
My crystal ball is telling me queens shall not be folding. Another just flat. Arel should be vacating.
Yeah, I mean, queen 10 off, definitely not going to do it. There's the 10, though.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man, what are we seeing here, Stapes?
We are seeing absolute carnage.
That's
what we're seeing.
Just brutality left, right, and center.
How many under pairs have beat over pairs?
I don't know.
All of them, I think, is the correct number.
Sick. Ace Jack of clubs looks really pretty here. I think just the raise is good. The raise NAI, not all in. Aurel could still peel here. Okay.
Aurel flops another draw.
Loving those flush draws, Aurel.
It's just so disappointing. Like, it's disappointing not making your draw. But it's disappointing not flopping the draw. Like, at least
Yeah.
if you flop the draw, you can do something.
There's something interesting to come. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I had a lot of that today on my stream. We ran pretty poorly just with the all-ins, but then on top of that, like had like 3 straight flush draws, and they all just bricked. Like, and then it turned out when we got to showdown, I had 2 overcards and the straight flush draw, and still missed that as well.
Right.
It was savage.
I had 27 outs on the river, and I still have them.
Okay, so he does opt for the check. There you go. Easy game, RL. Picking up the diamond flush. It's actually a decent board to go for like a larger size at this point, right? Like your opponent will have queen 10 some of the time. They will have ace jack. They will have some king X combos. Although that they tend to continue on the turn quite often. 320.
I would feel bad for Vafadrian, but you know, we saw the all in a couple of hands ago. So
I mean, his hand did improve in a very significant way here on the turn, but he does make a really good fold. Nice work there. Nice work.
Really good fold. Radek Parek with the pocket jacks. Deuces through Meha.
Nah, just put him in the bin. Good, good, good.
There you go.
Deuce is not spicy there. Not interested.
Radek 5th in chips.
Okay,
Table
Jack's
loss here.
going for the absolute min raise here. Dig it. I'm into it. I like the adjustment in size at this point in the tournament.
And manages to get a 3-bet out of Radek. Nice work.
Just the flat. Oh, and the ace as well. I mean, this is
such a nice board for Queen 10 to represent.
yeah, absolutely. And you know, like honestly, not sure what the line should be with jacks here. I'm not suggesting that the flat is incorrect necessarily, but you know, whenever we put ourselves in these situations, the 3-better is always going to have an advantage in these scenarios. And there you go, just a single decent sized bet, and he takes it down right on the flop.
Kind of liking the cut of Radek's jib right now.
I dig it. I mean, I think he recognizes he's got the chips to sort of get in there with those kinds of hands, and you can see how effective it is, right? Like Jax has a really hard time there. He doesn't want to spew it off to just like some overpair that he runs into or whatever, and taking full advantage of the ace high board like that.
So to 2 outflops the 7s and had the 3rd best hand. Now has the best hand and one that is unlikely to get cracked.
Yeah, pre-flop, it's really hard for that hand to win, right? It's like it's really tricky to get there.
And the flop changes everything.
Mm-hmm.
Ace queen for Arel. Will Arel flop another flush draw? That's the question.
Well, when you got ace queen, you very frequently have an overcard, at least one, when you got the flush draw as well. So this is where you want to do it. Might not even get any action here. 4-5 off could certainly get away from the spot if they chose to do so. 4-5 suited probably should still defend, but 4-5 off, meh, not so much.
Well spotted. Hey, check it out. I'm in the Matrix again. I'm trying to come back out of the Matrix. This is actually what my real face looks like when I'm not filtered.
You were in the Matrix all along.
Oh, now Nick's in the Matrix. Look at this little limp here from Meha.
Mm.
Man, this never works out when I do it. This is so sick.
It's actually a pretty favorable board for the ace queen here. And he does actually find himself in a situation where his opponent has a hand he can call with when he bets flop. which I think you must do every single time.
Yep.
In that scenario.
Look at all these hands. A rel folds, but we got queen 10 for Rosy Palms. Folds, king 10 for Eva Fader. Also folds. Wow, tight play.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to navigate themselves into some better spots. Ace Jack, pretty much mandatory though. He obliges.
Should I be folding hands like queen 10 and king 10 in those spots?
I think off those stack depths, I don't mind it. And that's kind of what I was saying earlier on when we saw that queen jack shove. I feel like off those stack depths, it's really, really close. But you know, if you want to, sometimes it's better just to find a better spot. I think queen 10 for sure. King 10 is probably a little bit closer though. King 10 suited, probably mandatory. Queen 10 suited, probably mandatory. Or preferred, perhaps. Maybe not mandatory.
Nice one for our sex.
Okay. Nice. That's probably what you want to see when you got those fives. Just fold. Just give me the chips. Just fold, no flip.
There's the shove from king queen suited.
Oh man.
Snowman's for saxo. Nom nom.
Yeah, this is definitely a tricky one. I mean, you will be doing okay with these eights here some of the time. But I can see why he might have tried to duck that one as well. It really depends on your opponent's range there too, right? If they're shoving all their small pocket pairs, for example, then you probably have a really tough spot with the eights. But if they're the kind of people that are adjusting and maybe they're only shoving, you know, sixes plus or something like that, maybe sevens plus, it means you have way, way fewer combos that you absolutely destroy, you know, pair over pair, which is really what you want to see.
Well, there's 37 players remaining. Vafadrian and Rosy Palms aren't even in the bottom 10. So it just shows you how shallow a lot of these players are right now.
And that's something we've seen a lot, right, Joe? Like, you know, it's quite speedy when we commence this, when we're down to, you know, 80 players or something like that, and then it tends to slow down right at the end where there's more chips on the table and obviously a lot more to play for.
Got a heads up pot here. Jack 10 versus King Queen. King high still out in front. 9 high flop. Will someone make a pair? No, not this time.
See, even like ace 9 off here, it's gonna be pretty close. I think he's got enough chips to probably make this work. I mean, he's putting a lot of pressure on some of those shorter stacks. 17 big blinds effective, 13 big blinds effective. They kind of have their hands tied. So I do like this this open from the ace 9 off. But it really is dependent on the setup.
When you open this ace 9, aren't you going to get shoved on by some worse aces and have to fold?
Some of the time, but I think also at this point, I mean, we've seen people adjusting away from their, you know, adjusting their opening ranges to be tighter. So I think you're probably going to see the same kind of thing from those players as well in terms of what they want to 3-bet shove to. It is a risk, but like I said, I think with his starting stack, I think you're probably doing okay here by opening this one up. You don't want to be opening this hand if you feel like you're going to be crippling yourself or putting yourself in an increasingly harder situation to put the chips in the middle. Yeah, I mean, min raise folding off of a 25 big blind stack, very different proposition from min raise folding off of a 14 big blind stack or something like that, right?
Well, Meha showing some heart and gets the better hand to fold. Well done.
Yeah, I really like that barrel, actually. I mean, you should theoretically have a lot more big clubs in your range than your opponent there as the initial pre-flop opener. And getting top pair to fold there, I mean, that's pretty massive for your overall win rate if you can pick those spots really nicely.
Sure, absolutely. Who does that?
Meanwhile, Palms has been waiting.
17 bigs. Ace king. Is ace king good enough for a raise? It is.
Oh yeah, here we go. I think a lot of people would opt just for the straight jam here with ace king at 17. Maybe they would min raise their ace king suited, and then they raise their ace king suited and they just ship their ace king off.
Nah, you got to min raise so you can miss the flop and then have to fold.
Interesting there that the big blind folded the ace, but obviously well timed. Of course, you are going to get dominated there quite often, but perhaps an adjustment for their tighter opening range. Much more linear opening range there from the 17 big blinds effective stack.
Jacks for Radic. Puts in a 3-bet.
Ooh. And there was a dynamic like this not that long ago, right, guys? We saw the Jacks versus Queen 10 scenario. So it's not like Radic is out here just doing this with premiums all day. I don't know if enough time has passed for Tetsuya Games to actually see that yet on the stream.
1-2 hasn't folded yet.
AI Collector, thank you very much for the sub.
Oh, man. If ace 5 suited sourdough, ace 8 is Wonder Bread because it's unhealthy. And I wonder why. Oh, never mind.
Oh, never mind.
Ace on the turn. Man, oh, man. What a terrible day to get it in with the best hand. Big pocket pairs.
I'm getting depressed, Joe. I don't think I like this, mate. I'm not. It's just so much sadness, so much disappointment on these tables. Brutality. I can't even deal.
The Wonder Bread.
Yeah, he finally decided he was going to put his foot down.
We've got an open ender against a gut shot here. Domination Nation King High is ahead. How do you fold the open ender, though? Answer, you don't.
No improvement.
Has anyone crunched the numbers on why every time you're open-ended you make a pair?
It's like the it's just one of those things, Joe. It's like the Bermuda Triangle.
That's right. I agree with that.
Does anybody run the numbers on why you always make trips? This is the spot where, like, you've got King Jack and you're on the flop, you've called, and then the board pairs, and you're like, nice, and then the board's triple pairs. And you're like, is that even a thing, guys? Triple pair?
Losing to a 9 now.
Losing to a 10.
Losing to pocket 4s. Great.
Oh man, that feeling sucks. All right, so the trays are in the bin. Very nice. Like to see that as well. Ace Queen here, of course, got to be a player. How does Mrs. Wing feel about this spot? They go for the open as opposed to the shove, which actually I much prefer from this position as opposed to the Ace King where he was a little bit further out of position. And he gets the folds, takes it down. Very nice. Mrs.
35
Wing,
players remain.
Mrs. Wing, King, King.
You do not want to get it in with King King today.
No, not today. I'm not sure you want to get it in full stop. Just wait for everybody else to bust each other. You guys are definitely reading it wrong. It's definitely Mrs. Wing, guys. Definitely Mrs. Wing, King, King.
Mrs. Winking King.
Mrs. Wing, Wink K.
Wing King. King.
Oh, you guys. Them's the jokes, man. Them's the jokes, all right? You guys kill me sometimes. 8's still the best hand on this flop.
So I guess I was going to say, I guess it's coming on the turn. Somehow a pocket pair wins a hand.
Done well just to get away from it there. Sometimes you can convince yourself to go, and it probably wouldn't be that bad either. Probably go ahead and put in some more chips in the flop, but gets away when he had the worst of it.
Roddick and Tattoo going at it again.
Oh man. This time he had him. I mean, didn't have him last time either.
Solovisky asking Quantos left. I do not believe Quantos is still in the tournament. Thank you for your question.
Pocket eights, here we go again. Don't think he's going to get much action here, though. 7 deuce off in the big blind, getting really spicy if you're coming in that spot. All right, here's a hand you don't want to have today.
You sure do not. Liam Mackey did start the day amongst the chip leaders. Second in chips to start the day. Still in the top 10.
Okay, Aurel's going to struggle to make a flush draw with this hand, so I'm not sure how this is going to pan out. Deuces that never loses makes the call. Never
No
mind.
shot.
King high board, backdoor diamonds, easy game.
No shot. 1 deuce left in the deck.
Okay, goes for 203, nice and small. I do like this size a lot, especially when you got the backdoor diamantes.
Is there a prize for asking how many players are left? Is that why everyone's doing it every 5 seconds?
They just love the hype.
Is it some kind of game I'm unaware of?
There's a 2+2 forum post somewhere. Let's tilt Joe Stapleton. Guys, 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock UK time. Everybody ask how many players are left. Oh, man. Oh,
A6 suited for our Saxo. Out. A6 suited for Meha.
Better position here, though, for the suited ace. I think you probably always want to take this opportunity to play the suited ace. Your suited aces just are some of the nicest hands with some of the best playability. Taking charge, trying to get that steal through is really nice, too. So this is definitely part of that range. The A6 of hearts is definitely a lot trickier, though, because he's a little bit further out of position. He's not quite not quite as stacked up as Meha over here.
Folds around the blinds. Jack 8 for Aurel. Boxside Bomb asked, what was the field? That was the total number of players who entered the tournament. Thank you for your question.
Aurel, I would love to see the limp call here with the Jack 8 suited. I think that's my favorite line at this stack depth. Jack 8 suited, a beautiful, beautiful hand. Got lots of playability. Your opponent is going to attack your limps very aggressively. I don't know, almost as aggressively as 8-5 off maybe. And you definitely don't want to be giving up these opportunities, but you also don't want to be raising too much from this position because you give your opponent the opportunity to 3-bet you really aggressively, and it puts you in a lot of really tough spots. But he does take it down, and that is the value in being aggressive in that position as well. So I
Ace King for Meha.
sign off on both of those.
I don't think it's crazy to want to know how many players are left. I do think it's crazy when I said 35 players are left for people to continue asking me how many players are left. Seconds later, there are now 34 players left. Are you happy? Still 34 players left.
Ace King puts in a C-bet here, picks up the flush draw to go the flush draw with their 2 overcards.
34 players remaining.
I mean, I don't hate a second barrel here. You got a really excellent blocker, and they're going to have plenty of deuce X and 5X and stuff in the big one that you can still get to fold.
Sorry, but do you like a second barrel when there's 34 players remaining?
No improvements. Ace King does not have the best hand, but can he pull the trigger? He's actually sized his bet, so he has about a pot size remaining behind. I could easily see him shipping this river, and I think it would be really, really effective at this stage in the tournament. Mad respect for Meha if he can actually put the rest in here.
This stage of the tournament being 34 players remaining. Pocket tens under the gun for Roddick as 34 players remain in this event. Bogside says, why not just stick up template with the number of players left? How about this? Why not just stick your band? How's that? Your band.
Mr. Renner saying, do you think if Ace King triple bears there, Queen Jack will fold on the river? Well, it's obviously impossible to say now. I think certainly it is a possibility, but I'm not thinking about that from the perspective of what we see here. I'm looking at that from the perspective of the entire range that they could hold in that scenario, including some pairs that picked up flush draws on the turn that aren't with the Queen, and some weaker Queen X perhaps. Queen Jack is definitely getting up there, but when you triple barrel in that spot with that kind of a run out, you are representing a lot stronger, and you are, of course, blocking the absolute nuts at that stage as well. So, yes, I think it is a possibility still, although that's definitely on the stronger side.
Raddick ships it on Liam. Who's going to have to fold Ace King high here, I think. And does. Raddick. Now in the top 10 chips. Number 9. Oh, the gun raised from Meha. Now getting pretty short. Raddick does not defend.
Yep, man, with all the chips, opens Queen Jack. No surprise here. Jack 7, a pretty garbage hand, though. I think I'd probably want to get away from this once in a while.
Okay, good to know.
Meha seems to agree.
Pocket queens for Mrs. Wing King King.
Puts it all in.
Take it down. Action folds around to Saxo, who's got about 11 big blinds. Folds. King deuce for Raddick. Gonna take this opportunity to raise late position.
This is Wing with the option. Does choose to flat. Does make top pair. Yeah, I think you're going to want to go pretty crazy on this wet texture with top pair.
Yep.
I don't think there's really that many good. This is about as good as it gets. I like the check jam. I think that's how you want to do it. There's just not that many good turns for you, and if you're gonna get it in, I think that's where you do it. Don't let anything else happen on the turn and river.
Kings. It's the only way Kings can win. Ace 10 for Meha. Coming on Meha. Strip it. Ace queen now for Meha. I know what you're thinking. Maybe I should just raise. I didn't get any action before. Maybe I should just raise. Well, the shove happens. And gets through.
Picking up some chips in the process, though.
T2 shoves small to big on the short stack. Who has only Jack 9 off folds. King Queen for Meha. This time.
This
just
time.
raises. And is gonna get in a little bit of trouble with Radek, I think.
Yeah. I think we're definitely going to see something here with the ace-jack suited. Yep, it's just for the call. It is a nice king-high board, though.
That's me breathing a sigh of relief when I have King Queen here.
Okay, 1/3 pot. Thereabouts. Ooh,
Ace
that
Jack doesn't give up. Catches a Jack. May be bad.
That
Could be
offsuit,
bad.
that offsuit Jack is definitely dangerous for Radek here. Yeah, does continue. Quick check on the river.
Last chance for value. Maybe a little afraid of those diamonds. Yep.
Yeah, I mean even the 3 at that point as well. Sometimes players will get really sticky on those textures with some of those smaller pairs too.
Well, you got to be worried about losing to a rivered set of 3s.
River trips, yeah, every once in a while for sure.
Trips.
We are
I
meant
only
to,
saw the 1-3.
we are meant to be pretty sticky there once in a while, even with some of our weaker pairs.
Ira says after a few hours, the chip noise kind of drive you nuts. You know what else drives you nuts after a few hours? Dumb comments on Twitch. Thank you for your comment. You banned. With these 3 hands.
I feel like
Save
this
the best for last.
is going to be some action here.
Ooh, baby. Sorry, Kings. Mayhaw's chipped up like crazy over the last few hands.
Oh man, this is so ugly for the ace king and the big blinds.
Oh, 3-way.
Oh,
There's just no way. How?
it's just
How
not even
do Kings lose every single all-in today? That is nuts. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to be yelling today. I'm not supposed to be yelling. Liam Mackey.
There's no justice.
Biggest pot of this tournament. 9 million chips. Number 2 overall. That is so sick.
That's so sick.
That is so gross.
What do you need? What do you need, Pocket Kings? Work on it.
Well, time
Work
for
on
Liam to finish the job. Ace high against King Queen. There's the ace, but it's a flop straight.
All right.
Meha quadruples up.
A
Ace
little bit
jack
back.
suited. For a new player at this table. Choo 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 choo. I think I got it. Our Saxo with the King 10 suited folds to the race. Meha out. Our sack, so all in, ace-4 suited. All right, just giving this a second, I think. Before the re-raise. The ISO, as they say. 2 clubs on the flop. And a 4 on the river. Man, oh man, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this, except for when I play poker. Just the worst hand winning every single time. It's insane.
Yeah, it has been. Oh, and here we go again. Aces into kings. Kings not looking good once again.
Oh my God.
Oh man, do you ever fly with aces here though? This looks like a pretty sneaky. Yes, please. Yes,
Oh my
please.
God. This is going to be another double elimination. We know kings don't win. That is it. That is a double elimination. We're down to 29 players. And Liam still only second in chips. Gowd Owlful continues chipping up on another table.
This will go down in history as the most kings cracked in a single.
This is
Sunday
crazy
million.
town.
This is insane.
I agree with Cheese and Onion. King is a fold pre. It is literally what has it been, 4 or 5 times?
I think it might even be one more than that, dude. It's been absolutely insane.
5 or 6 times. Kings all in pre-flop. 0 wins.
Savage. And for big spots as well. King queen with the 2 overcards and the up and down straight draw. Got to be feeling pretty good about that. King queen going absolutely nowhere. Absolutely nowhere here. Question is, does he flat or does he check raise?
What? Oh,
Oh no.
wow.
Oh no. We've seen, was this the same player that was sitting out with the queen jack suited earlier, Joe?
I think so.
Oh man, no more time bank. That's not what you want to see.
Oh, boy.
Oh man, I feel really sad about this Sunday Million, Joe. I don't know about you, man. I really feel like
There's not a lot to feel good about here.
it's not really feeling great. Oh man.
Yikes. I was probably coming running 3s anyway. Liam's stepping on the gas a little bit with this chip lead.
I feel like that could be a technique in your mental game book release, Joe. You know, like chapter 3, sour grapes. Yeah, you know, you probably would have flopped a set if I called anyway. No big deal.
Totally.
That's how you level yourself out.
Yes,
You feel
look,
like
I was probably, those aces were getting cracked. I was never making that straight draw.
We've all been there. We're playing live poker. Some guy folds his hand face up, and it's like top set. And everyone goes, dude, what are you doing? And he goes, he was gonna hit the flush on the river anyway. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter. It was definitely coming. Dealer goes, I'll show you the river if you want. No, don't show the river.
Do not.
Do not turn that card over.
Grab the dealer's hand.
Exactly. Do not turn that card over. All right. So 2 here, obviously all the chips here on the table. And I think that means that you can definitely go ahead and open this pair if you'd like. If you're a little bit shorter, then it's a little.
You're opening into the only stack that can bust you, though.
Sure, but also, you know, one of the properties that you do like to have when you have small pocket pairs is deeper stacks, right? Because it has good implied value, right? So
okay.
It's actually much worse to be opening deuces into a shorter stack where you're going to end up flipping with them when they ship it in against, you know, 2 overcards, etc.
And you can't win that much.
Yeah, exactly. So when you guys are deciding whether or not to set mine, it is really important that you take into account how much value can be won when you complete your draw. I think a lot of people tend to set mine a bit too wide, and they're not giving themselves enough of an upside to justify the investment, where they tend to give up very frequently where they don't make the set, right? If you're going to play fit or fold, you got to make sure you got the right implied value behind.
Rosie palm, queen, offsuit, and may get Mrs. Queen to fold the big blind. And that did indeed happen. So there are, I opened the wrong thing. I'll do it in the next one. I was going to tell everyone how many players were left. But you're going to have to wait one more hand. It looks like this under the gun open should get through.
Yeah.
There are 28 players remaining, and there are 3 commentators remaining. That's what I was trying to do before. We're going to bring James back in. Say hello to James, everybody. There he is.
There he is.
28 players remaining because it's on my screen all the time. In fact, it's just ticked down to 27, which means final 3 tables.
Nice.
All right.
Getting to the business end now, and with 27 remaining, we're also on a money jump. Once we're down to 26, everyone will have locked up $3 grand. Big jump to the final table, as you can see on your screen, with more than 100K up top, more than 118K up top. And great to see that some of the players who we knew coming into this, like Nasty Minder, are still in contention. Plus some of the players who I'd like to think we've got to know in the brief time that we've been in their company. Players like Vasana, Liam Mackey, and Mrs. Wing King King.
That's the way if you have a dodgy internet connection, just get it in pre-flop.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no, Versana, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
It's been great.
Kings have not been a great hand to pick up today.
Quite literally 0 wins when all in pre-flop.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are the blinds now? 8160, so this could very well be all in. Question is, do you get action from ace 10?
Yes, of course. How else are you going to go broke?
I don't know. I mean, it's not an easy call, Nick,
but,
for 2 there.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
10 big blind.
It's definitely pretty close. Again, it's quite player dependent, right? Some players are going to tighten up their shoving range there very, very considerably. And ace 10 probably isn't looking as good as it might have done, if you were facing a shove from the button, for example, right? Because that range from that position is going to be much tighter.
Well, we did see the fold there from ace 10, and now Vasana's got 9s.
I mean, has enough time elapsed now for them to see that kings are the kiss of death, and to start making that key adjustment to just fold them pre.
You know what's weird is if I was playing this event and I saw all those hands, I'd still get it in with kings. Can't lose every time.
So would I, Joe. So would I.
Well,
I mean, the bigger question is, did Tetuo catch up with the stream to realize that ace 10 was always going to beat kings?
That's
in which case, I would
a good question. Is Tetuo aware that they have artisanal sourdough with ace 5 of clubs here?
I love it.
Wow. Shoves on the 2 relative short stacks in the blinds. Saxo with king queen. And the money jump has happened, by the way. We have lost the start of day chip leader, Tiltinia, in 27th place. So we're down to 26. Everyone's now guaranteed the additional $800.
Yeah, but how many players are left?
26, Joe. 27 minus 1 leaves us with 26. That's 20 plus 6, 16 plus 10, 26.
How dare you, mushy cookie? How dare you? T2.
again.
Oh.
Shoves on the
Wow.
smaller stacks. Nasty Minder with 10 bigs behind. Vasana a little bit more left back, but ace deuce off again, Nick. Not a hand you really want to be calling it off with.
No, certainly not in that position. No, and this is exactly what Tetsuo is actually banking on, right? This is like super interesting, just power poker play, right? I'm not gonna give you the opportunity to play back at me. I'm just gonna put it all in where I know that I can afford to take a hit here, and all these stacks behind me are gonna have to really overfold at this stage. And if you can get ace deuce off to fold in that situation, and it probably might be correct to do so anyway. That's the kind of power that you're gonna wield when you have those plays in your playbook.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And just really putting the pressure on. Love it.
So Liam
Huge fan.
Mackey with the decision here, 9-7 in the big, not much time bank left, and that is going to be a fold, and that's going to take us to the second break of the day. So yes, 3 tables, 26 players remaining, and it is God Awful from Canada, who is the chip leader going into the break with 13.3 million. Fahrenheit 95 from Russia, the second biggest stack with 11 million. The other player who's up over 10 million right now is Liam Mackey from the UK with 10.6 million. Just a 5-minute break, and we'll be back at the tables with more action, playing down to a winner in this week's Sunday Million. Before that, guys, I want to move away from poker and actually talk about video games. Have either of you seen the documentary series on Netflix, by the way, High Score?
I
saw the trailer.
I think I might have seen it. Yeah,
it's quite fun. It's like the history of video games. There's some good stuff along the way. I find it incredible that Doom came out in 1993. The fact that there was a pretty decent 3D first-person shooter with online multiplayer mode as far back as 1993. It's stuff like that that kind of blew my mind slightly. But the reason why I want to talk about video games, and Joe, I know that we're going to discuss this again on the podcast, and I'm not trying to kind of bowdlerize or cannibalize content that we need for later in the week, but I did spend the weekend playing Cyberpunk 2077. Now, Nick, I'm a console gamer rather than a PC gamer, so I've felt the pain that everyone has been feeling over the last 48 hours of trying to get this game running, albeit on the newest Xbox, the Series X, but even then, it not really doing what it's meant to do, with frequent freezes, bugs during missions, which mean you have to redo, and I've kind of reached the conclusion that I'm probably just going to stop and restart when the various patches, the fixes come through, because this is not what I paid for.
Yeah, that was actually exactly my plan. I knew that they had put off releases and stuff like that, but I wanted to see how it was going to land before I actually invested in getting the PC version even myself, just to see how it's going to land. And sure enough, the bugs were there, and now I'm waiting for that to get sorted, and then I'm going to jump on that train with you.
Have there been many bugs in the PC version? Because from what I've seen from the demos and from people who've been streaming it on Twitch, it looks pretty clean. But again, I'm just comparing it to what I've been dealing with.
I actually haven't been following it that closely, but as far as I understand it, it seems to be the PlayStation and the Xbox ones that are suffering the most, and the PC ones are doing a little bit better. But some of the bugs are just priceless, like absolutely awesome. I was watching like a best compilation of bugs, and just people like disappearing and then ending up in a locker, around the corner or something like that. Like the locker explodes and the guy walks out of it and continues talking his dialogue and stuff like that. It's awesome.
Yeah, and glitches are sometimes funny, Joe, but when it frustrates the game playing experience, and there's so much to admire about this game, right? From the choice of character, the choice of decisions, the different missions that you get depending on what type of background you choose when you design your character. And there's some really fun stuff, even in the early missions, which is kind of like I've not seen before in games. But if it doesn't work, it means all the rest of it is kind of like a moot point.
Yeah, there was this really crazy bug in mine where they let me put a penis on my character. What is up? I think it's cool, but why do I got to know what my character looks like naked, male or female? Trust me, I enjoyed it, but I was also like, is this necessary?
So have you actually started playing it yet, or have you realized what everyone else has realized, that for console gamers, it's just not there yet?
No, I started playing it, but, the game takes so long to get going that I between designing the character and making the choices of
that's the best part,
attribute, right? But what I'm saying is, I'm 2 hours into it and I'm still in like the first cutscene.
Right.
Like I'm looking out the window of the back of that guy's car being like, this is incredible.
Yeah.
This is the coolest thing ever. But I haven't actually played anything. I literally just got through like the crime montage, like in the
Right.
beginning of the game,
But,
where
dude,
it shows you becoming friends.
there's still multiple missions to complete before the prologue completes, before you get the title card. So you've barely scratched the surface.
Wow.
The irony is, I felt looking around at the scenery, it wasn't as impressive. I just don't feel that the graphics are realized as well as they should be. But I'm basing that from having seen the trailers and the review copies, which were all the PC version. I think that once they do fix it, it's going to be an incredible game. And I love playing through Witcher 3. And this has all of the same attributes. It's obviously from the same team. So I'm hoping that once they've sorted that out, it is going to be fun, but for the time being, I think I'm going to have to park it, and I would recommend, Joe, that you probably do the same thing. In fact, we're going to park Mr. Stapleton for the next 60 minutes or so, as Nick Walsh and I go back to the tables in the Sunday Million, and we have a new feature table here, Nick, headlined by one of the chip leaders. In fact, it's the player who's number one in chips right now, God Awful, from Canada.
That's just gold awful from Canada. All right, let's get underway here, guys. How many players left, James?
Still 26. Shockingly and controversially, Nick, no one was eliminated during the 5-minute break.
During the break, I mean, that would be quite the scandal, wouldn't it? Ace Jack versus Ace Queen to kick us off here, guys. This could get pretty messy. He does call.
So Fig Alex is a player we've been watching pretty much from the start of the day.
Okay, Queen's coming in with the open. Looks like another cold deck for the Jacks there. This could certainly go in the middle. It does. Queens are ahead.
Oh, Jack.
Oh my God!
on the
Not
flop.
more.
Oh,
not
and a
more.
Queen on the river. I was about to say what a
Oh.
legend, but actually the best hand eventually holds up, and it is Legend, who's out in 26th place for just over $3,000. And we are going to see Nor Baggio moved to this table with 25 remaining now.
Feels really good to see the best hand win, guys. I'm really hoping that this will be the end of whatever we've been witnessing thus far, because, you know, a little bit of scandal here and there, sure, but you don't want to see all that nonsense. But can you imagine being the guy with Queens in that situation? You're like, oh, here we go. Sunday Million, of course.
Yeah.
You moan it in all the way. Queen on the river, ecstatic, killing it, loving it.
That was another bust out, by the way. That was Linksai 63 out in 25th place. So we're down to 24. The thing is, Nick, you know how the Sunday Million plays. You've been with us for most of these broadcasts. You handled the show yourself last week. It moves fast, and you are going to see bust outs left, right, and center. I'm interested to see what kind of dynamic we'll have at the final table this week. We had a tale of two Sunday Millions. The very first one we covered, we had that infamous heads-up battle for $0. The following week, they didn't do a deal, and yet they played like they had and were getting it in pre for 40 big blind stacks. Last week, I'm guessing you've got something to play for, right? With it being a PKO, that difference between first and second is all on that final head prize, so they're going to eke it out.
Yeah, and we actually had a really interesting dynamic three-handed where one of the players said, or two of the players were saying, hey, could we talk about a deal? The player then went on to, one of the players then went on to say, no, I'm not, no deal, I'm playing it out. I came here to play, I think is exactly what they said. And then we're almost immediately eliminated after saying that. And that's always, if you guys play live poker, like me and Joe were talking about, when you play live, there's a little bit more like, come on, you're supposed to you do a deal for the bubble at least or something like that. You kind of get bullied into it to a certain degree. And when somebody refuses, that person that says, I want to play on, everyone's kind of low key, like looking for them to bust, and then sort of turn around and say, well, there you go. You should have done a deal and then you wouldn't be the bubble boy and all this kind of stuff. So it definitely was one of those scenarios, but lots of respect for it. But like you said, because it was a PKO, it doesn't make quite as much sense to try and talk about it when there's so much money locked up in those bounties that they need to play for.
Meanwhile, Dinesh Alt, Nasty Minder, has just been moved to this table. Again, keeping the tables balanced. With 24 remaining, we have 3 tables of 8 now.
Lovely stuff.
And this was an under-the-gun raise from the chip leader. The defend from Fig Alex with ace-5. Ace-8 still the best hand. God Awful continuing, gets a fold. Still playing more than 11 million. Fahrenheit 95 also has an 11 million chip stack and is second on the leaderboard. Liam Mackey sits in third with 10.8 million. And we see Nasty Minder all in. Dinesh Alt shoves but runs into the aces of STFN.
Aces doing much better than King so far in the all-in scenarios. Surprise, surprise. This is about as bad as it gets.
Yeah, flop to 10, but no improvement on the turn or river, and that will see Dinesh Alt eliminated in 24th place. Nasty Minder cashing for just over $3,000. And that means we are down to 23 players. Next money jump when we're down to 17, when we are on the final 2-table bubble.
Okay, ace-queen actually opting for the flat in this scenario. Guys are quite deep still, so, you know, kind of just keeping it chill, not going too overboard here. Queen 10 suited has a pretty actually interesting opportunity to come along there, and that's, you know, these are the spots where, you know, when you do flat with ace-queen, you do allow some of those hands to come in from the position for relatively cheap as well. He does get away from his hand though pre. I think with ace-queen, if you're going to be flatting pre, you gotta call on this board though. I think that this is definitely not a spot where you're going to be giving up if you're going to play your hand passively. Quick check from the initial ace-7 spades opener though. I mean, it's a tough one, isn't it? It's a tough one because, you know, sometimes pocket pairs that are still ahead of you will just check call this turn. If you have the best hand on the flop, likely you're going to have the best hand on the turn, or they're going to be trapping you, which are both not great spots. I do really like the check from ace-queen here.
Still the best hand, and let's see if this goes check, check on the river. 2.1 million in the pot. And Parednis eating into their time bank. Checks it.
Yeah, and then I think a check again from the ace-queen here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you are betting, I guess you're trying to get maybe like pocket sixes to fold, stuff like that, but you haven't really represented much throughout this hand to try and get folds from those kinds of hands. So I think the check is probably still fine. And you're going to beat a whole bunch. Very nice. Very nice.
Well, let's go back to our previous feature table, Nick, and check in on players like Liam Mackey and Mrs. Wing King King. We've seen to 2 open here with Ace Jack, and it's Mrs. Wing who is all in with fives and racing Ace High Flop. And that is the elimination of Mrs. Wing, gone in 22nd place for $3,066. And that, I believe, is going to give us a new chip leader. Yep. To 2 games from Brazil is now the biggest stack with 21 remaining in this week's Sunday Million. 3 tables of 7 left in contention.
Queen Jack does make the call.
5th Aid says, Mrs. Wing or Mr. Swing? Obviously Mrs. Wing. There's no way it could be anything else. All 10s still good. Liam Mackey betting 636k, gets a fold on the turn. And
Very
Liam
nice.
and to 2 are kind of contesting for the chip lead right now, Nick. Both players around 12 million.
Yeah, sitting pretty. Feeling like a really good little spot to go all the way. Jack 9 suited. Come on, look at it. So pretty. You're in position. Come on. Come on. Does opt for the fold. Fair play. And now blind v blind, Jack 8 of hearts. Oh, maybe some slight lag on my end.
We've got Liam Mackey opening here with King Queen, and I think this is going to be raise and take it. So a reminder, the Sunday Million has for a few months now been a 2-day event. So they play down to the final few tables on day 1, and then we pick up the action on day 2 as we play down to a winner, and that's when we stream it. That's when we give you cards up coverage of the late stages of this $109 buy-in event. Guaranteed prize pool of $1 million. This week the prize pool 1.15 million with 11,533 total entries and a first prize of 118k. But as we were alluding to earlier on, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we might see deal negotiations when they get to the final table, especially if we see some relatively even stacks and especially if they're shallow compared to the blinds.
Yeah, absolutely. American Airlines under the gun here. 6-5 suited might give him some action, but he's not really stacked in a way where he wants to take too many risks. I think you probably should be peeling here, though. 6-5 suited has a lot of potential, and there's a lot of additional dead money there. Does connect in a pretty meaningful way, though. Top pair with the gut shot. Aces continue.
Telva with top pair and that gut shot, Nick.
Yep.
Decides to stick around.
Yeah, I mean, the flat is cool because now on this turn, like, this isn't the kind of turn where, like, ace-king or ace-queen are necessarily going to be pumping in a lot more when the big blind defend range is going to smash this board really hard, right? So a second barrel in this scenario, if you're playing a reasonable player, especially of that size, is going to be very, very strong. And it's not going to, you're keeping them really honest at this point, right? And I do like the sizing here because, he recognizes that this is a texture where you can have hands like 6-5, where you can make 2-pair or a gut shot or all kinds of stuff like that. Flush draws with 2 overcards, and he wants to apply maximum pressure when he still thinks he has the best hand. I really like the entire line there from the aces. But it is probably easy to get away from that scenario with the 6-5, where your opponent's got to be pretty honest on that turn.
Just had a viewer dump from a lower dance. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Lower Dance. Cheers.
And welcome to our coverage of day 2 of this week's Sunday Million. 21 players left, competing for a first prize of 118k. We will crown a champion tonight as we see one of the chip leaders to 2 open with King Queen. Vasana all in with King Jack. It's Domination Nation, Nick.
It is indeed. He's just sitting there with less than 10 bigs. I don't think we're going to see a fold from the King Queen here, especially from one of the chip leaders. Seems like a pretty standard spot.
Fewer than 10 bigs. You have to go along with this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you've already invested 2. So there's no chance.
Oh.
Takes his time, makes the call. High flop looking really grim, though.
I was going to say, the flop was bad enough. The turn sealed the deal, and that is the end of Vasana's Sunday Million journey. Out in 21st place, taking us down to the final 20 players. To 2 consolidates their chip lead. 14.5 million now. God Awful, who's over at the other table, second on the leaderboard. Liam Mackey, who's at this table, currently in 3rd. But that could change. I am the Eggman. They are the Eggmen. I am the Walrus. Cuckoo Cachoo with Queens.
Cuckoo, cachoo. Cuckoo, cachoo, cachoo, cachoo.
And Queens hold, and that is going to be a more than a double up for Cuckoo Cachoo. And that is going to be the elimination of Rosie Palms in 20th place and a decent dent into Liam Mackey's stack, down to 8.7 million now.
Okay. King 8 suited. Definitely a playable hand from that position. A lot of these suited King X hands are part of that range. There is some adjustment to be made here for obviously having these bigger stacks in the blinds, though. They can put you in some really rough spots. But in a vacuum, I think probably you are going to want to play those under different circumstances.
Here we go again. Samelina Pilchard climbing up the Eiffel Tower. 434,000. Oh, top two. Just top two.
Top two. Not many ways to work this one out with the 8-7 off. Something like 3.8%. Does correctly fold.
By the way, I don't know whether you've noticed, Nick, but we are now 9-handed. That means we are down to the final two tables. We are at 18 players in the Sunday Million.
Oh yes, we're getting there. It's been quite swift. I mean, we've seen so much brutality. Will the best hand win? Once in a while. This one is obviously a little bit more different than the King-Queen scenario. Trays, pocket threes being a lot more susceptible to domination than King-Queen off. But it is less than 10 big blinds.
Yeah, and this is the shortest stack of the final 18 players. But Queen's hold, and that is going to be a double up for Drulge. And that means it's
nice
Johnny 046, who is not at this table, who is currently at bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the threes there. I mean, he's got the stack to open it. I do think that, you're going to end up having to fold it quite frequently to aggressive action, though. So I wonder if maybe you just leave the trays in the bin as opposed to putting yourself. I mean, he kind of runs into one of the most annoying spots where that guy is super short. Once he's put it in, he's still going to be ahead of quite a lot of the stuff that he's playing, but not by a huge margin. So definitely tricky.
By the way, if you see players taking their time over their decisions, and if you see some laydowns that you think might be a little bit on the tight side, worth observing that we are on a money jump once again. Next player out gets $3K, and then there's additional $1,200 if you can ladder up into 17th place.
That's very nice payout for that kind of a buy-in at this stage. But you're looking for that final table, obviously, every single time. He's definitely playing the sevens, guys. He likes the deuces. He likes the trays. Sevens are definitely going to be part of his opening range here.
Now, how many chips are we going to see?
Some action from the big blind.
Yeah. I mean, does it go all in pre-Nick?
At this point, it's really hard to say. Like you said, we are on that pay jump. And I mean, they're still relatively deeply stacked, especially for this stage of the tournament, right? Like 40-ish big blinds effective, a little bit more. I think we see a 3-bet for sure. I don't know if the sevens are going to be brave enough to go over the top, though. Don't really know if there's enough implied value here behind for a flat either. I mean, sevens isn't necessarily, it's not a small pair, right? So it does have some playability outside of purely hitting the set, but there are a lot of textures that you don't want to see where you're going to end up putting in a big chunk of your stack, and then you're going to have to give up, like, ace-high boards. Even in scenarios where your opponents don't necessarily hit that ace-high board, like we saw earlier, a lot of continuation bets from 3-bet pots on ace-high textures are going to fly through.
I mean, not a board that sevens can be loving, quite frankly.
And his hand improves to the absolute nuts at this stage. I mean, a lot of the stuff that wants to check down here is going to have King X as well, right? There's a lot of King X combos that can play their hand a lot more passively at this stage that will now make the straight. And he just goes for the big old bet at this point. you know, at this stage, I don't mind that sizing. I mean, they might have a set or something like that. They might have flatted with 10s or jacks or something like that. He's targeting those sorts of combos that will still have to make a hero call for a larger size. But going smaller doesn't really make that much sense, in my opinion. I do like that sizing. Ace queen flies through. No problem whatsoever picking up those blinds. And aces in the small blind. I mean, at this stage in the tournament with the big stack there as well, this is a really, really good opportunity for him to get some value from this hand. Being one of the bigger stacks, obviously people sometimes giving him a little bit less credit when he does choose to 3-bet, but being in this later position with this bigger hand gives people the opportunity to put chips in the middle before you. And if you're opening aces UTG, you get a lot less action because your range is going to be a lot tighter, even as one of the larger stacks. Again, I don't know if he's going to win a stack here, but 4 is certainly going to want to play this button.
Bear with me, Nick. I'm just going to try something. I'm just going to click this button and see what happens. He's gone, but he's going to come back. Okay, I think I might have sorted it.
We're here. Thank you, sir. Okay, so a 3-bet and he takes it down pretty. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, having this big stack on the button here is quite an interesting dynamic, right? Like, a lot of players, especially with sort of, you know, the 2 mil, 4 mil mark, are going to feel not that comfortable about entering into pots where the button can play a very wide and liberal range and put you in a lot of difficult situations. We talk about the power of position in poker, but the power of position and having a larger stack is a deadly combination. And with a larger stack, they can float you much wider. They're going to put you in a lot of spots where you're going to be forced to show weakness, and they can pounce on that when you do so. I was going to say A7 off actually is a pretty nice little squeeze spot here once that small blind flats. And this is kind of the problem with playing too many hands from that small blind position. If you're playing against strong opponents who have some game in the big blind, they can use those blockers to deadly effect. Hands like King 4 suited, Queen 4 suited, Ace, you know, Ace 7, Ace 5, a little bit of artisanal sourdough perhaps. Ace 5 suited is one that we like to see a lot with the 3-bets. Are going to do really well, and they're going to put you in a lot of bad spots if you do have a wider flatting range from the small blind.
Well, Cuckoo Kachu has managed to get their stack up above 10 million. Opens here with Ace 8. Okay, is this going to be the one, Nick? Are we now finally going to see Kings win a pot?
Well, I imagine we're going to see a 3-bet and a fold, so I think the Kings will win the pot, but it wasn't whether or not the Kings were winning, it was whether or not they were winning once we were all in. Those were the real challengers. Those were the real moments that were
okay.
Hard to stomach, hard to watch.
Kings can win a pot pre, they just can't win if it's all in pre. There's a specific dynamic to the...
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's the dynamic that's like the most painful to watch.
Yeah.
Hey, look, trust me, guys. We're all out here. We like to see some car crashes. We like to see a train crash once in a while, but not like 7 consecutive times.
No. We got Telva all in with queens here, and Clavito, another short stack, has ace queen. And a reminder that we are still on that money jump with 18 players remaining, but I think these two hands, considering the stack size, is too strong for it not to go all in here.
I think so too. This could be one of those scenarios. Queens, I mean, basically no pair doing well against an ace thus far.
Oh, Barry Bloomin' Greenstein lets his robe float open, and that will see Clavito get the double up, and it will see Telva left with just 18K and now forced all in the big blind with ace 10 of diamonds. Hey, if you're going to be forced all in, there could be worse hands.
Yeah, Yeah, for sure. But oh, the pain. It's just the berry.
Oh man.
That robe wide open.
Can you imagine if Telva like gets eliminated by ace-9 here? That would just be grotesque. Okay. Oh, no heart, no heart. Okay.
Absolutely savage.
Now in the small blind, half Telva's stack already invested. Queen 4.
I can't get past this Barry Greenstein meme now. It's too much. It's
I
too
know,
much.
right?
The image is too intense and just hilarious.
Telva needs some help. No help. And Telva is eliminated, and that's going to take us down to 17 players. So Telva cashes out for $3,066.97. Everyone else now guaranteed at least $4,274, and one step closer to locking up a spot at the final table. In fact, I can tell you that we have just lost Escape Missio from the UK at the other table. So actually, we're down to 16. We now have two 8-handed tables. It's fast and furious in the ready money round, and there's no bell.
Yes, indeed.
I don't know, Nick, if you're familiar with the television quiz show catchphrase, but it was very popular in the 1990s because it had this really advanced graphic system. When I say advanced, I mean terrible.
I know.
And the whole idea, right, is you've got
Yes.
to try and work out the catchphrase from these awful animations, which was kind of like with 8-bit graphics. Here's the weird thing. I recently stumbled across the show. It's still going to this day. Now mostly runs with celebrities. The graphics are somehow worse in 2020 than what they were in the 1990s. I don't understand how that's possible.
That blows my mind because they were pretty awful. I mean, and like as if it wasn't difficult enough to try and catch a catchphrase from just some illustrations or something, the graphics were some of them were so obscure. You know, it was really, really hard to put one together. I think there was a lot of really good game shows like that.
First of all, a lot of the catchphrases were really obscure. Secondly, a lot of the graphics were just really confusing and badly animated. I have to say, and this is one of my bugbears, so many game shows, quiz shows on TV, and I am a sucker for that kind of crap TV. They're just populated by celebrities now. Everything seems to be a celebrity edition by default, and every now and then you might actually get real people competing for prizes.
Yeah. Do you think there's an opportunity for us to bring back like Bullseye or something like that, you know, or what was the snooker version? There was one where you got paired with a snooker pro. Do you remember that one?
So recently,
I mean,
look, I spend very little time watching actual TV, right? And I very little time on ITV of all channels. But I know that recently they had this thing where Alan Carr brought back all these old TV formats, like he did The Price is Right one week, he did Bullseye the next week. But it's not the same. I think if you're going to bring back Bullseye, you have to bring it back in all of its awfulness and not try and do a razzmatazz version of it.
Oh, don't make it better. Just make it the way it was. Save yourself a bunch of money.
What's Bullseye?
I think I preferred Big Break. The speedboats. I think I preferred Big Break though. I think I preferred that.
Yeah, I had a problem.
Show.
I had a big problem with Big Break, and that was the choice of host. Someone who I never quite understood why they continued to be employed, considering their idea of comedy and some of the stories surrounding them.
Yeah. Aces, American Airlines once again doesn't get any action though. Goes all the way around. Not what you want at this stage in the tournament. Oh, you're like, here's my moments. Let's go.
Bring back stars in their eyes, says Quick Save. Well, now we have the Masked Singer instead, again with celebrities, but I'll allow it because it's suitably out there for me to allow that one. And I believe there's a new season starting on Boxing Day. Don't ask me how I know that. And don't ask me whether I'll be watching, because the answer is obviously yes.
Was Stars in Their Eyes the one where the people dressed up like the person that they were copycatting? And
Tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be Freddie Mercury.
Yeah,
and then they'd go behind the door, dry ice, and then they'd come out and look nothing like Freddie Mercury, but the makeup department had put a false moustache on them.
That's right.
That's the one.
Me and my mom watched a lot of that when we first moved to the United Kingdom. So yeah, it's fond memories.
So it's still at 16 players, by the way, and obviously keeping an eye on the table. It's not that we're ignoring any hugely significant action right now. Game has slowed down a little bit, but you know it's going to speed up again soon.
Oh yes, never a dull moment here. Ace King definitely looking to get some action here. I imagine from the small blind, you do want to 3-bet this very, 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 very frequently. He's not messing about all of it. He's going to put all of it in the middle here. It's around 30 big blinds total, so I don't blame him. Especially when you're in this position, there are so many ugly situations where if your opponent gets a little bit too sticky pre-flop, you're going to be in a lot of very weird situations.
So we've got blinds going up in just under 5 minutes' time. We're at 125 T50 at the moment, and Drulge 1313, who's at this feature table, is the shortest stack of the 16 remaining players with 2.8 million.
Blind v blind. Puts it all in.
By the way, Cara Lucas has a great movie reference as their avatar.
Carol Lucas. I can't quite make it out.
That is the symbol of the Army of the 12 Monkeys from the Terry Gilliam movie, 12 Monkeys.
Nice.
Not sure if you've seen that one, but it's a good one.
It's a good one. I haven't seen that one. Well, speaking of monkeys, do you remember what was the name of the monkey emblem that they used in those Super Trooper films? Oh, sorry.
And queens are going to hold, and that is a double up for the short stack. And you'll notice that Raudkar didn't have much more and is left with 117k. So Raudkar now in the danger zone.
Danger zone. Johnny Chimpo, thank you, Noctis. That's exactly the character that I was making reference to from the Super Troopers franchise.
Nothing to do with the
Yeah, I'm glad we
song.
were on the same page there.
Super Trooper, beams are going to blind me, but I won't feel blue like I always do, because somewhere in the crowd there's you. I was sick and tired of everything when I called you last night from Tesco's.
Oh, Abba. Queen 9 still has plenty of equity here, though.
Ten on the turn.
Yeah.
Tattoo currently second on the leaderboard, by the way, with 14.3 mil behind. Fahrenheit 95, who's at the other table, is the biggest stack currently with 18.2 million.
Ooh. Whoa, that was spicy, guys. You see that? He floats the flop and leads the 10 paired board. I'm a huge fan of that line. That was really interesting. And he does convince the best hand to put it in the bin.
Raudkar
8-7 suited in a really tough spot.
Forced all in here, Nick, in the big blind with 9-4 off. And the raise comes from Cara Lucas with ace-queen. At least you got it in with live cards. And you completely failed to hit. And that will see us down to 15 players, with Raudkar cashing out in 16th place for $4,274.
GG. Okay. Doesn't look like he's going to get much action here.
So just looking at the stats on the current chip leader, Fahrenheit 95, a player I don't think we've seen in action yet, hasn't been on any of our featured tables so far, playing from Russia and plays a lot of micro-stakes sit-and-goes, Nick, and biggest score to date was back in 2018 when they won a $33 bounty builder for 10.5K. So could well lock up the biggest score ever with a final table appearance.
Yeah, I have to say I really like
Sunday
that dynamic. I really like that dynamic. I think we've had quite a few of those stories, haven't we? People saying, "Oh, the biggest score to date was 15K, 10K, whatever," and then being in a situation like this. That's why the Sunday Million is so special, right? It's the golden goose, isn't it? The golden goose. If you can play it just right. Okay, ace 10 here with the option.
And thinking about what to do with ace 10 here. Decides to ship, gets called. Let's see if kings can hold for once. No ace on the flop. Or turn or river, and that is going to be kings holding. That is going to be an elimination as Carol Lucas bows out in 15th place. And we also see a change in the chip lead, Nick, to 2 games. Up over 22 million. First player to cross the 20 million mark tonight.
Yeah, not bad. This is the run you need if you want to get there and have the opportunity to take the whole thing down.
I mean, against pocket fives, and pocket fives fold?
Pocket fives just straight give it up, huh?
The things you see when you're out and about without your gun.
And meanwhile, Tetsuo waking up with queens once again. Oh my God, this guy's on the sun run.
I have to say, Tattoo has had their fair share of decent starting hands.
Oh yes. Or not such a fair share. An unfair share of starting hands.
There's the re-raise, and that might see a fold from Olo. Yes, he's been bullying the table, but have you ever seen a moment when he hasn't shown the goods? We referenced Fahrenheit 95 and said that we haven't seen this player all day, so let's actually watch them now. Fahrenheit 95 at the table with God Awful, who is 4th in chips right now. Fig Alex has worked their way into 3rd place. With 13 players remaining now, we are getting ever closer to the final table of this week's Sunday Million.
Trip kings for the king-queen here. 8-9 of hearts, not really with much of anything, though. I don't think you get much action there.
Master Chef asks, does Hartigan read the Twitch chat? No.
Thank you for your question.
So Fahrenheit's made it 663,000.
God awful here. King Jack suited is definitely a hand that you could play.
Oh,
he does opt in for the 3 bets.
I wish Joe were here for this one. Like Joseph Stalin versus Donald Trump, one of these 2 hands.
Has a slight mathematical advantage.
I mean, how bizarre. Of all the political figures that I expected to see represented at a poker table today.
The Lightning 34 says, does Walsh read the Twitch chat? No.
This table playing at a fast pace.
Not messing around.
this is folded to the button. Norbaggio with 8-4 of clubs. Fahrenheit 95 now in the small with king queen suited. STFN ace-7 in the big. Fahrenheit completes. Gets the raise from STFN and now shoves on them. Fahrenheit.
Yep, I like the line. I like the...
Still hovering around the 20 million mark. Second in chips overall. A reminder that to 2 games we saw take the chip lead. In fact, since we left that table, to 2 has increased their stack even more, up to 25 million now. 13 remaining.
Ooh, blind v blind here. Blind v blind. I think the ship is pretty much mandatory there. Jack-7 does make the call.
Wow. And that is going to be a KO as Esset busts in 13th place. Talking of blinds and not being able to see something, I've only just noticed, and I can't believe it's taking me this long to observe, that there's actual steam. There's actual water vapor rising out of those hot drinks on the table. That Joseph Stalin is currently enjoying a nice cocoa with marshmallows, and you can see that it's hot enough to emit a gentle white mist.
Lovely. Pocket Kings, the kiss of death on these tables thus far.
Well, not for Tattoo. Finally broke the curse. For everyone else, they've been god-awful.
God-awful. Just god-awful. I mean, I'm liking the adjustment from Fahrenheit here, though, right? Like, he's definitely using that big stack to his advantage. Seen a couple really nice power plays, widening up his range here as well. Pre-flop.
Don't know if you can answer this question, Nick, as you were here last week and I wasn't. Brigo says, was Fahrenheit the guy who folded kings last week?
Ooh, that's a great question. That is a great question.
I can't imagine there are that many players on Stars who have a Stalin avatar.
Hard to say. I'm not sure. I'll have to check the VODs later on, guys.
Mart says, no, he was not. Well, I'm going to
Okay.
take his word for it. No. Was it a correct fold with kings, by the way?
I think if I remember correctly, it was a I think it might have been a misclick situation, and I think he might have said so in the chat. Patrick C behind the scenes, who's helping us today, says he doesn't think so either.
I mean, you'd remember the avatar for sure, even if you didn't remember the name. The Snowmen's no good here because Perednis has paired their 9. However, we'll call 1 street, but if God Awful can keep firing, tough to keep calling with just second pair.
Oh, yes. It was God Awful. Gets it through. Very, very nice bets. Manages to get the best hand to fold there.
I'm keeping one eye
Not
on the
too
other
shabby.
table, Nick, and Tattoo is now closing in on the 30 million mark.
Oh, baby. He's having a day. What a time to run good. What a time. He's been saving it up.
What a time to be the only player who can get kings to hold.
Not only are you running good, but you're balking the trend.
Yeah. So 2 tables of 6, 12 players remaining, playing down to a final table of 9, and then playing down to a winner tonight, playing for all of the big monies. 118k up top, plus a Sunday Million title, which, as we saw a few weeks ago, means something to people. Even if they do a deal and carve up all the prize money, they are still willing to play this thing out for the V, for the W. And we see the all-in from Parednis with queens, STFN with kings.
Can we see it?
Are kings going to hold again? Yes, they do. Parednis eliminated.
Oh, here we go.
Taking us down to 11 players, 1 away from hand-for-hand action. STFN moves up over the 10 million mark.
Yeah, not too shabby. That's a big spot for kings there. Love to see him win a little bit on during today's broadcast. Oh, Queen 10, what a spot. I mean, you're definitely tempted, but okay, he does go for it, and I think that's a perfectly reasonable shove as well. A7 suit, of course, not folding. Big opportunity for Queen 10, doesn't improve.
And that's going to take us down to the final 10 players, and we begin hand-for-hand action. We'll see a player move across from the other table as we keep the tables balanced. 2 tables of 5. Let's go 3-way in the commentary box as we welcome Joe Stapleton back to the stream. Hello, Joseph.
Love a good 3-way.
It is Ola Rionek who is going to join us here on this table. Chip leader Tetu Games is over on the other table and has close to 30 million right now.
Oh, we've got some fantastic historical figures here, namely Dexter. Big fan of his laboratory.
Omelette du fromage.
I was just observing just before you came back that there is something, I don't know, mildly surreal about the juxtaposition of Stalin and that steaming cocoa with marshmallows in it.
He is smiling.
Oh, Dexter's Lab. Definitive character in my childhood. I don't know about you guys, but I was raised on that shit. That was the real deal. Dexter was my boy.
Great flop for Fig Alex. And now we got the queens in the small blind for Olorionek.
Did I see kings hold
Twice.
months ago?
Not once, but twice it's happened now.
That's a shame. I really liked the carnage.
Olorionek hoping to induce here, just completes with the queens. Fahrenheit 95 has 9-3 off and does decide to raise. Whoops.
Yeah, he's timed this really well. I think he's recognizing that Fahrenheit is totally going crazy with all those chips. Crazy in a good way, though. Crazy in a good way, I think, because he's definitely using that stack to his advantage.
So we've moved across to the other table now that we're hand for hand. Try and keep the action going at all times as we see Liam Mackey win a pot there. And we can see that Tetu has slipped a little bit, but still has the big chip lead with close to 28 million. Fahrenheit 95, second biggest stack right now with 20 million.
What are the odds of 2 stacks over 20 million? That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And one more elimination, and we're down to the final table of 9. Everyone is now locked up. $5,957 once we're down to 9. The sums of money you see on screen, the advertised payouts for the finalists will be awarded as Drulge gets it in with ace queen. Are we going to have a coin flip on our hands here? No.
No.
The snowman's num-num fold.
Just an update on that Kings fold, though. It was, in fact, that player. We do have confirmation that there's a clip here somebody just sent me. It was, in fact, Stalin that folded the King's pre-flop. There you go. Who'd have thunk it? But that means he did make back-to-back streams.
Wow.
So he's doing all right. He's going deep in these Sunday Millions.
That's deep runs in 2 back-to-back Sunday Millions. That's pretty good. Blinds up, 175, 350. 5 minutes away from the next break. 1 elimination away from the final table. 10 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million.
CERN says, I really enjoy the Monday streams. You banned. Sorry. Reflex. My bad.
Got Fig Alex and God Awful on the flop here. 9-7 versus Queen Jack. Queen high at the best hand. On to the next one.
Got some real great avatars here.
Orionek with 10-3 of spades. Folds. Next.
I mean, I guess now is when things would tighten up a lot of the time, right?
Sure, that final table is such a big deal. We spoke about it. We spoke about it in the past broadcasts as well, right? Getting to a final table of a Sunday Million is a big deal in and of itself. And then, you get progress. Hey, I went deep in a Sunday Million. That's kind of a story. Hey, I got down to the final 4 of a Sunday Million. That was pretty cool. And then, you have the story that you're ever increasingly important or more interesting stories until you say, yeah, hey, I was heads up. No, I won it,
Yeah.
Which is why I really like what Fahrenheit is doing here, right? Like we've seen him really opening up his range, both from position and out of position. And that's the kind of pressure you can apply when you got that stack.
And it's the combination, right, of the two things. It's the money jump of making it from 10th to 9th, but also the prestige of playing at a final table and just hoping, even if you're a short stack, right, to just leapfrog a few other players, ladder up, and put yourself in contention of being 1 double up away from a playable stack and getting to heads up and maybe winning this damn thing.
Well, you've outlasted 11,523 players. Just one more.
Yeah.
Just one.
What's one more?
Well, the shortest stack right now, I can tell you, is Olorionek, who's got 4 million. And a reminder that we are at the 175, 350 blind level.
Guys, I had to go up on my roof.
Yeah, how did that work out, Joe? What was the fix?
Felt like a man up there.
Why did you have to go on your roof?
So there's these 2 fans on my roof that are there to take heat out of the building.
They found out where you live and now they're on your roof? I mean, I know you've got some
I just gave them my address. And it's been really windy lately. When it's windy, it makes the fans squeak.
Right.
Go up there and squirt it with a little oil. Hopefully that did the trick.
Some
WD-40.
WD-40?
Yeah, the liquid that solves
WD-40.
everything.
Yeah, I'm going to spray some in the back of my throat later.
You come out sounding like Frank Sinatra, baby. Let's go. I want to see it. Let's go.
I've considered it.
Let's just see how good WD-40 actually... Oh, Joe's dead. Never mind. It was worth a try.
It was worth it.
7's still ahead here. God awful. Facing a bet of 950,000. Makes the fold. Action at the other table. King 10 of diamonds. That is top pair versus Ace high for the chip leader.
Oh, I missed my flush draw again. Where?
And this
TJ
gets
doesn't bite.
checked to showdown, and that is going to take us to the break on the final table bubble in this week's Sunday Million. 10 players remaining, one away from making it to the final table, and it is to 2 games from Brazil, who has the big chip lead right now, 26.9 million. Fahrenheit 95 from Russia, the second biggest stack with 19.4 million. The short stack, Olarionek, playing 3.9 million. Back to the action in the next 5 minutes. Nick, this is an opportunity for us to big up the Walsh, big up the OP Poker, and talk about the other streams that you do. We mentioned earlier on that here you are on a Monday evening with us for the long haul, right? Bringing the Sunday Million home. You've already streamed once today, and you stream pretty much every single day. And you're up quite early, right? You're hitting those Grand Tour streets at the crack of dawn.
Yeah, so my stream usually kicks off at around 10 a.m. each morning, and I'm usually up a little bit earlier than that as well. If you guys don't already follow me on social media, you can follow along with some of my wild cold water exploits as well. I've been trying to do some, well, for some time now, I've been doing this cold water therapy kind of thing. I go and jump in the English Channel whenever the waves aren't too harsh, which obviously sounds really cool in the summer, but in the winter, it's pretty damn cold.
No, doesn't sound cool.
No.
All right, go on.
You know the bit
I've been
we
doing
just
that,
did,
so I'm
Nick,
getting
about Joe accidentally killing himself by squirting WD-40 in his mouth? I kind of feel that we're heading the same way with you jumping into the English Channel in the month of December.
Did you get this idea from watching My Octopus Teacher?
No, but actually, but when he said it, but when he said it on My Octopus Teacher, I looked at everyone in the room and I was like, you see, I see, you see, he feels the same way as I do. But that's kind of how I've been starting. I've been training myself for this for some time now. I've been taking cold showers and doing this sort of cold water thing for quite some time now. So it's kind of, this is like me going hardcore for the winter. And then I kick off the stream from 10 a.m. onwards. We usually stream for about 4 or 5 hours, and then I do a session review where we actually do some in-depth analysis of the hands that we're not sure about, which I think people are really enjoying. And if you guys want to catch us, make sure you join us on twitch.tv/OP_poker for some more of that action. Next year, I'm also going to be getting some new tools that we can use to do some even more in-depth analysis.
I can think of one new tool you're going to need if you keep jumping in that cold water over and over again.
Here's the weird thing, right? I'd like to think that I know all this, but I'm kind of ahead of the curve because I think it's pretty well known at this point in time that I'm a giant James Bond nerd. But I grew up reading the books as well as watching the movies. And in those Fleming books written in the 1950s, the literary James Bond has this routine, which he sticks to religiously, where when he gets in the shower first thing in the morning, he has it like freezing cold for like whatever it is, 2 minutes, and then boiling hot for 2 minutes. And of course, you know, as a 12-year-old reading these books, I'm like, I have to do that because James Bond does it.
You tried it.
After I regained consciousness, I realized I was never, ever, ever going to do this again. And now the idea of a cold shower I still have flashbacks to where I tried it thinking, this is going to make me like 007, and actually just made me a quivering wreck. So
look, sometimes I'll go from the hot tub to the swimming pool to the hot tub. Same thing, right?
No. But on the one hand, Nick, I respect what you're doing. On the other hand, I think you're absolutely crazy.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I certainly thought I was going to die when I did the other day, so it was pretty close, maybe.
And have the seagulls poked at your head whilst on the beach?
No, they actually, it's too cold for the seagulls even at that point. So yeah, we get to, and funnily enough, there's not that many people on the beach either, so you kind of got the place to yourself. It's really nice.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. Have you felt any of the benefits that are supposedly supposed to come from this?
100%. I've spoken quite a lot about this, but I've suffered from really bad anxiety during some parts of my life. And in terms of mental health, it's like night and day. Like, absolutely highly recommend it. If you're somebody that needs to be more grounded, it helps a million times. And it's also really good for your actual, like, sort of physical well-being as well. There's lots of other things. Go give it a look up, guys. It's good. It's good stuff.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, Nick, we've established you're one of the hardest working people in poker and certainly in poker streaming. So let's give you a break as Joe and I head back to the tables, and a reminder that as we prepare to get cards in the air, we are at the final 2 tables of this week's Sunday Million, playing down to a winner tonight. One more elimination and we will have our final 9. So we're currently hand for hand and trying to keep across the action at both tables, because the next bust out will see us down to a single table and will see us down to the final 9 players competing for a first prize of $118,000. And the chip leader continues to run golden. Kings here.
All right, well, let's see if they hold.
They did hold for him earlier on, and that gave to 2 games the big stack. And Clavito is second from the bottom. Clavito is one of the shorter stacks and could just open ship here from the button.
Close enough. Close enough. 1 deuce left.
Oh, this isn't looking good. It's not good. And that is going to be the elimination. Hand-for-hand play ends there. Let's take you across to the final table of this week's Sunday Million. Congratulations to the final 9 players. Commiserations to Clavito691, who missed out on a seat at the FT, bowed out in 10th place for $5,957. So here we go.
Yeah. I've got 2 massive stacks, right? Oh, just a 1. Fahrenheit lost a little bit. Droolge. That's an intimidating name, Droolge. I wouldn't want to get in a bar fight with a guy named Droolge.
So, 2 things, Joe. Obviously, that hand on the final table bubble did see Kings hold, but it also gave to 2 games an even bigger chip lead. T2 has now crossed the 30 million mark, comes into this final table with a stack of 31 million. Fahrenheit 95, the second biggest stack with 19 million.
19 million would be pretty good. Generally.
Yeah.
There wasn't someone with 31. Now, James, you know how I am with numbers and memory.
Yeah.
11,533. Have we just been, at least for the ones we've covered, have we just been going up and up and up?
Do you know what, Joe? I think they've been around the same number, to be honest. They've just been just ahead of the guarantee, so the prize pool's around 1.1 rather than 1 million. This is a bad spot for Liam Mackey, by the way. Ace King, STFN, who's got Liam covered, has aces. Liam has opened and got awful flats with the 9s. Here comes the 3-bet from STFN.
We assume.
I don't think you're ever flatting aces here, win a multi-way pot. Sure enough, squeezes in inverted commas to 2.8. And if Liam decides to ship with the ace-king, God Awful might be able to get away from 9s.
Yep, there's the shove. Yep, there's the fold.
And Liam Mackey needs some help.
Oh,
Does not get there, and that will see Liam Mackey eliminated. First player out from the final table. Liam Mackey from the UK, cashing for $8,302.95. We are down to 8 players in the Sunday Million.
You saw that 9, right?
Yeah, I saw the 9. Joe, you don't play results. We've discussed this already.
Is that what I've been doing wrong this whole time?
Yeah. I mean, just to be clear, I don't think it's the only thing you've been doing wrong. It's one of the things you've been doing wrong.
One of the many things. I wouldn't be wrong in saying that fold was god-awful, though.
It would be harsh if funny. So at this point, it's worth referencing where everyone's from, right? With just 8 players remaining. We've established a few times that to 2 games, the chip leader is from Brazil, and Fahrenheit 95, second in chips, is from Russia. Then we have STFN from Denmark. We have, this is a good one, Fig Alex is from Peru.
That's fun.
Cuckoo Kachu from the Czech Republic, God Awful from Canada, Drulj from Latvia, and Oloreonek from Poland. So another
What a representation.
solid international spread of players at a Sunday Million final table.
This is what I'm used to. Tutu from Brazil, and Drools from Brazil, and Fig Alex from Brazil. So this is a good representation.
Well, Fahrenheit has opened with 8s to 2 flats with 7s. These are the 2 biggest stacks. And Calvin and Hobbs calling for sickness here. Set of 7s over 8s, let's do it. Nope, just a 9-4-3 flop. Should point out that Fig Alex came along for the ride as well with 10-8 of diamonds. Not every hand can be a car crash, guys.
It's a very suspicious raise.
Yeah. Just, I've got the chip lead. I want to win every pot. And nearly 35 million now for Tattoo Games.
Hivemind asks, does that guy have Stalin as his pick? Maybe Stalin has that guy as his player.
Not sure if serious. And often when we see people who have avatars of famous people, be it celebrities or be it politicians, there's always a running joke, right? Is that the real person? Like, you know, is God Awful actually Donald Trump? And the answer is 99.9% of the time, no. I think we can say with some certainty that Fahrenheit 95 is not Joe Stalin. I know they tried to keep up the illusion for many days and weeks that Stalin was still alive, but I think after the better part of 50 years, the ruse is kind of up.
Did you ever see that movie, The Death of Stalin?
I did, yes.
I started watching it and I couldn't. It was too dark.
It's really, tough.
bothered me.
It's really tough to do a comedy about that type of stuff, right? Especially
Yeah.
some of the people around Stalin.
I was just so uncomfortable. I assumed it got really funny at some point, but I didn't make it. This is the real picture of Fig Alex, though.
Ace on the flop. Fig Alex with the advantage now.
Nice try, T2. Judgment Day.
Yeah, I get the desire to wield that monster stack and to try and bully everyone else and to try and win every pot, but to coin a very well-worn cliche, you can't win them all, and sometimes you just have to know when to put the brakes on. And maybe this is a situation where they won't commit any more chips.
Dream spot here for Alex. No spade on the river. Really nothing to be afraid of. And you got the chip leader betting into you, but now gives up a little. Get a value bet just for funsies.
Oh. 1.3 million. And Fig Alex chips up to nearly 14 million. Fourth in chips overall with 8 players remaining. Now we're at the final table of this week's Sunday Million. All the payouts are on screen at all times. We know that the next player out is going to cash for 11.5 grand. The winner's going to walk away with 118 grand. Are we going to see deal negotiations this week? And if so, how many players are going to enter those discussions?
5, 6. Nobody has anything.
5, 6, 7, 8. My root tooting baby is driving me crazy. That is a straight.
That someone has something now.
Correct. Blinds are up 200,000, 400,000 with a 40K ante.
So now we got all the chips on the left side of the table.
It's true. And we came back from the break and it was action, action, action. We saw the final table bubble burst on the very first hand back from the break. And then we saw an elimination from the final table very early on with Liam Mackey's ace-king running into aces. Since then, I mean, granted, I'm only talking about 7 or 8 minutes. It's been a bit more subdued. STFN. Second biggest stack at the final table. Okay, ace-king suited for Druge.
I know what STFU is. What is STFN?
I don't know.
It's not shut the front door. Shut the front door. That doesn't work. Probably Stefan, right?
Oh. That would make sense. That would make sense.
Zwarte Hoop says you can literally make money by folding. Yeah, if you work at the Gap or Old Navy, they love that kind of thing.
There's Chiffan opening here with King 10. And Cuckoo Cuckoo with pocket nines. All in. I don't think King 10 is calling.
Calls like this are the reason I would love. Dang.
You genuinely thought you were going to see?
No, I didn't. But that's why I love covering these events, because every once in a while you'll get a King 10 call there and just be like, oh, beautiful. Fun flop for 4-5.
But again,
To make a pair.
Tattoo determined to win as many pots as possible. Fires with 10-9.
How you going to rep that ace now?
We all know that blockers aren't a thing. Plus, you picked up equity. You got the diamond draw. Get your chips in.
Another barrel could get it done. Just river's the best hand anyway.
Makes life easier, right?
Oh my goodness.
Take the showdown value, check it back, ship the pot. Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, instead decides to bet 1.2 million on the river. Wow, this is cheeky.
So now they want to call from a 4?
I guess they do.
I'm bluffing the 4. I'm bluffing the 4. I'm value betting the 4.
Wow. And
I
a
got
hero
it.
call from God Awful. And Tattoo back up over 35 million.
And that is just a god-awful river, though, right? Like, god-awful was right on the flop, right on the turn, just got unlucky that the river happened to hit the 2 pieces of cheese that Tattoo is betting with.
Yeah. Well, Olarionek is the second shortest stack. Gets it in with 10s here. And ace-8 will fold. Now ace-king under the gun for STFN. Might get a response from Olarionek with queen-jack suited in the small.
Queen-jack suited in the small blind is such a mirage. Such a mirage.
Folds it. It's raise and take it for STFN. And we're on to the next hand.
I like that.
After your detective work on that screen name, I'm half tempted to go with Stefan, but feel that that is still a little bit presumptive. All in with 7s. Wins the blinds and antes. 9-8 under the gun here.
Those blinds and antes quite important right now. Separating yourself from Droolish and God Awful.
Yeah, God Awful, one-time chip leader, is now the shortest stack with 8 players remaining. 5.4 million, gets it in here with 10-9. Tattoo with ace-10 in the big.
Maybe a little too much.
Yeah, it's more than 10 bigs.
Thwack.
Horseshoe in your face. Firework in your face. And we've got Droolsh here with King Queen.
That could have been absolutely huge.
Yeah.
T2 makes that call, and it holds. My goodness. It's like in Billy Madison when Billy finally gets the dodgeball. Now you're all in big, big trouble.
Fahrenheit 95 opening with 6s. Pocket 5s for STFN. Flats. Cuckoo Kachoo with 8-5 folds. Heads up to the flop, which is 9-9-4. 6 is still ahead.
Both players still kind of likely to think they have the best hand. Don't see how they fold this for $1 million.
Go to the turn.
Now you both hate it. Keep that aggression up from Fahrenheit.
King, Queen suited. And there's an ace on the flop. STFN had the best hand pre, has the best hand post.
And this pot's going to put Olo back down on the low. Oh, boy.
Oh,
Oh,
wow. Olorionek chips into the abyss. Run away. Run away.
You got to give up now, right?
I mean, is this where you just do some stupid thing where you decide, I'm going to rep the 4? No, we check.
Yes, Olo. I said Olo.
And STFN wins that one, and Olo is suddenly the shortest stack again with 4.8 million. It's pocket kings for STFN. And Fig Alex might defend Joe with 8-7 of diamonds.
Probably should defend. I think even if you know your opponent has kings, you can still defend.
Oh, hello. Open-ended straight draw, backdoor diamond draw.
Oh, my
Gets
goodness.
there.
Oh, my goodness. Masterful time bank. Years right there.
6.2 million in the pot. Fig Alex with 7.8 million behind. How much can they get from STFN on the river?
I think you can fold kings here depending on the size. Is that crazy?
$2.4 million. It's a tickler, Joe. It's a tickler. Gets called. Fig Alex now with 16.5 mil.
Good bet size. Really good bet size.
STFN back in action, opening with 7s. And STFN wins that one uncontested. Ace-8 under the gun. Fahrenheit 95, second in chips. Now round to Drulge. There's pocket 3s. Lets it go. Round to the blinds. It's a walk for Olorionek. Oh. Ace, 3 of hearts here for the chip leader. Ace, king of clubs. Sitting on a cornflake, waiting for the van to come. Re-raised to 2.8 million.
That's Jew choo 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 0.8 million.
And now with ace 4. Lets it go. Ace 3 suited for Drulge. And now the all-in from God Awful, which gets folds. Jack 8 suited under the gun. That's a fold. Drulge with King Queen.
James, did you and the family by any chance take in Godmothered this weekend?
Taking what, sorry?
The movie Godmothered on Disney Plus?
No. Thank you for your question. Round to the button. King 7 for STFN. Opens to 840,000 to 2 with ace 7 of diamonds in the small.
Here we go, kids. Here we go.
Re-raises. So now what do you do with tens?
I mean, everybody talks about ICM. This is like just an ICM spot where you fold tens, right?
It's so difficult to treat this seriously. The button raised, the small blind fold. Yellow matter custard dripping from a dead dog's eye. All in. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Blinds up, 250,000, 500,000.
Yes, I know you're supposed to shove there. It just never works out like that. Poor Drools.
We're getting to that point where we are, what, 3.5 hours into play, 3.5 hours into the stream, and finding a comfortable sitting position now becomes an issue. Let's try shifting in this direction slightly.
Or it's not too scary. You got a straight draw. Got a diamond. That can be fun. And you got all the chips.
Well, the good news, Joe, is that StatTrick has been doing his diligent research work, and we've got some hashtag fun facts now on most of the players at this final table.
Thank you, StatTrick.
And we referenced already that there's quite a few players at this final table, quite a few players who went deep in this week's Sunday Million, whose biggest results to date are comparatively not that big. A lot of players who are likely to have their biggest ever online score in this tournament tonight. That's 2 in a row for Fig Alex.
Somebody's going to get snagged soon.
So STFN2183 referenced earlier that this player is in Denmark. Won a Turbo Series event this year for just shy of $30,000 and won the $109 Bounty Builder the very next week after that Turbo Series win for nearly $20,000. So here is a player who has locked up a couple of nice 5-figure scores already this year. And is now a lock to win this hand. Cuckoo Cuckoo drawing dead on the turn.
I like this small bet here. Trying to get a call from ace high. Love it.
Gets the call. The hero with ace high pays off the full house. And Cuckoo Kachu from the Czech Republic. So this is a player who's mainly competing at the $11 to $100 buy-in range on Stars. Won the Hot 109 in June this year for just over $4.5 grand. Also took down the 109 Bounty Builder this year for $9,400 and had a deep run in the Sunday Million in April, 53rd place. But I think may well enjoy their biggest result ever tonight at this final table, now that everyone is guaranteed at least $11.5 grand. And we've got pocket aces here for God Awful.
God. No action.
Poker 619 probably missed our conversation earlier on. We discussed the streams we're going to be doing from the Blowout series when that starts at the end of this month. We're going to be doing a couple of streams a week, Mondays and Tuesdays throughout the Blowout series, which means we're going to be covering the final tables of some of the high roller events, the 5K and 10K events, and also the late stages, including the final tables of all of the big blowouts, which start, they get bigger each week. Or well, so the buy-in gets bigger each week. The field, therefore, will get smaller. The very first one, the very first big blowout of the series is a $109 buy-in, and that's going to be absolutely massive with a $5 million guarantee. And then it goes 215, 530, 1K. But across those 4 consecutive weekends, we'll cover those events on the Monday, Tuesday.
Some tight play here. Folks trying to ladder up, make some more money. As James said, this is huge scores for just about anyone here.
So we got the Kings for Fahrenheit 95 and likely to get 2 folds. Deal the next one, please. Oh, Joe. Joe. The sickest and classicest of races about to occur. Draws with queens here. Fig Alex with ace king.
Like the Xbox Series X versus the PS5, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
And it all goes in, and we're off to the races. And it's an ace-high flop. Drulge looking for a king. Nope. And that is going to see Drulge eliminated in 8th place, cashing for $11,571. That means the remaining 7 players are all guaranteed at least 16 grand.
Good for them. Congrats, Olo Rionek. I wonder if when we lose 1 or 2 more players, if things might get a lot more streety.
Well, I know it's not guaranteed to go this way, but let's say we see Fahrenheit, STFN, Tattoo, and Fig Alex in the final 4, and the other 3 players, their chips are relatively evenly distributed amongst those players. That's the point where I could easily see someone start mentioning numbers. Of course, there's no guarantee that anyone will propose doing a deal. There's no guarantee that they will discuss it, and no guarantee that they will come to a resolution that everyone's happy with. They could just play for it all.
How do you fold 7-3 here, you ding-dong?
King, Queen opening here.
we see it defend from the 10-9. It's exactly the kind of stack you want to play your speculative hands against.
And flops best.
Top hair good.
You can't get topper than the toppiest of pairs. It's a work in progress. Give me some time, guys.
I was going to say, I need more. 7, 8, 9, 10. Fred asks, anyone know which countries are represented in the final table? Yes, we do. Thank you for your question.
And to 2 games. Checks it back on the turn. STFN still with the best hand. The board just got straightier on the river, but it is in fact the straight, of course, for STFN.
Yeah, it's all good.
I was thinking if T2 might try and rep the straight on the river, but instead it's STFN who goes for the value bet and gets a fold from their opponent.
Nad wants to know, does Joe Stapleton ever say anything original and less predictable? James, do you want to predict what I'm going to say to him?
Doesn't involve the words "your" and "banned."
That's exactly it. How original, unoriginal, and quite predictable. Yeah, banned. Thank you for your comment.
It's amazing that he got punished while at the same time being endorsed for making a valid point.
Totally correct. And look at the joy he's brought to chat.
Just to confirm, those of you asking, this is the final table, and just to recap the nationalities of the final 7 players. To 2 games, who still has the chip lead right now, is from Brazil. STFN from Denmark. Fig Alex from Peru, still loving that one. Fahrenheit 95 from Russia. Cuckoo Kachu from the Czech Republic. God Awful from Canada. And Olorionek from Poland.
T2. T2, T2. Oh, Alex. Here we go, buddy. Good luck.
I think there is definitely a survival game being played right now by a lot of players at this table. And when you look at those money jumps, you can understand it.
Sorry, James. I play for the win.
And how's that going for you right now?
It's going.
Yeah?
It's going to be going. You know, variance.
Yeah. King 10 defends, picks up the 10 high flush draw. To 2 has the Jack high flush draw, plus the best hand right now with ace high. Don't do it.
That's so tempting.
Yeah, that stack just getting shorter and shorter. Olorionek very much in the danger zone right now.
Danger zone.
As STFN opens under the gun with pocket sixes.
Queen deuce suited, eh?
And
Oh.
it's second pair for Fahrenheit. Set of sixes for STFN.
A little teeny tiny bet here. A little bloop. A little bleep bloop. 1/3, I'll allow it. Too late for the diamond draw. How cool is this? You've got a set of sixes, no flush draw possible. Probably not up against the straight here because you're doing what? Blocking a lot of the straights.
Joe, how are you blocking straights?
5-6. It's hard for someone to have, right?
Yeah, it's just there's a 6 on board, right?
Right. So there's not a lot of 5-6s out there.
That's true.
See? I understand blockers.
But you're not blocking like 5-3 or 5-8.
Yeah, but who plays those anyway?
Oh, my mate Fahrenheit. Blinds up 300,000, 600,000. So we now have Olorionek with around 5 bigs.
See, I told you blockers were a joke. I talk about them one time, everybody's laughing. Nobody respects blockers talk. Nobody. Unbelievable. See, this is knowledge blocker.
Well, this is a great spot for God Awful. We've seen how to 2 games likes to bully the shorter stacks, and with a pair of 9s here, could well just shove on their opponent.
Yeah, I guess they could.
No, just a call.
What I like best about this Trump avatar is that you can't tell if they love Trump or they hate him. It could go either way.
Doesn't get maximum value from aces there. Will be frustrated to see that hand on the 30-minute delay and be like, come on, how do you not just shit with 9s pre?
Right? You're so aggressive.
So this is almost a flip, right? The pair of 6s versus the spade draw. And it's STFN who wins it on the flop.
I guess the same goes for the Dexter's Laboratory. You may hate him.
What about Tyson Fury?
Oh, is that who that is?
Yeah. I love the way that Olorionek is doing their best to cling on here. And I can't see either Fig Alex or Cuckoo Kachu getting involved in this pot, which means it's going to be blind on blind. Do you think God Awful just gives Olorionek a walk here? No. Shoves on them.
Sending them for a walk.
Well, we can see this would be a great call. And does make the call. Domination Nation. 5 on the flop. Hearts are a factor. But no flush. Domination rotation in favor of God Awful. And the elimination of Olorionek in 7th place, taking us down to the final 6.
I need a drink, a real one. What a game. T2 and STFN. And then everybody else.
So with 6 players remaining, everyone guaranteed $22,500. Olorionek getting $16,000 for that 7th place finish in this week's Sunday Million. Fahrenheit 95 winning this one. So Cuckoo Kachu now the shortest stack with 8 million. But obviously, as we've seen the blinds go up a few times with only a couple of eliminations, it is getting a whole lot shallower now.
Yeah, things are going to have to start happening soon.
We want action.
I might get some from the blinds.
All in with King 9. Fahrenheit 95 with Ace 9.
Man.
This is one of the situations where you think Ace 10 is a call and Ace 9 is probably a fold. This is like, what, 20 big blinds?
It's 20. It's so many. But also,
Wow.
like, what good hands, yeah.
Makes the call, and it's the correct call. Domination Nation, this time the best hand holds, and God Awful goes out in 6th place. 2 almost back-to-back eliminations, taking us down to the final 5 now. God Awful cashing out for $22.5 grand. Everyone else is now guaranteed more than $30,000, 31 grand for the next player out. And Fahrenheit has also narrowed the gap. Fahrenheit and STFN pretty much tied for second now, not that far behind chip leader Tattoo Games.
See this?
What, Pocket Kings?
No, Olorion, our 7th place finisher, I think, just gifted 5 subs in chat.
That's very nice of you, thank you.
Be a strange coincidence if it wasn't. Uh-oh, T2. We haven't seen T2 really in any tough spots. And this could be one of them. We haven't seen any spots for T2 where they had top pair and it wasn't the best hand. Lay this down, that's pretty sick.
It would be. 5 seconds left to make a decision. Makes the call. And with less than pot behind Joe, does Fig Alex just push the river?
I don't know. I think it's tough to get called.
I think we can all agree on this occasion, Fig Alex has blockers to the straight.
That's true. But it's a really, really bad card for T2 also, right? Yeah, it just checks.
And look how the stacks have evened out. Okay, Cuckoo Kachu still short. 7 million with the blinds at 300, 600,000. Everyone else around that 25 million mark. Fig Alex just below that. T2 a little bit ahead of that. And now the all-in from Ace-9.
Should get through. Do you think we see four-way deal if Choo Choo?
Potentially,
Goes
it's
broke?
you just don't know the personalities involved, right? You don't know what their actual circumstances are, their bankroll, their outlook and mindset regarding tournament play. But if Cuckoo Kachu went out next, I would not be surprised if one of the four players at least proposed it.
Pressure's off at least.
And we are still at the 300, 600 blind level. Blinds up in 3 minutes' time. Players going on break in 3 minutes' time as well.
Nice. Oh, now we have gift subs from the Mushy Cookie. Thank you.
Mushy cookie.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
9s and 3s versus top pair of 9s.
Wasn't there a pair of 9s that got STFN all their chips to begin with?
I believe so.
Gets away, though. Helped out a little by that heart on the turn. T2. Bullying. Ace-10 for Choo Choo.
Tell you what, Joe, there was an interesting question on YouTube from Oxford Trenter, which we are going to address during the break.
Great. By we, I assume you mean you, because I don't know the answer.
You just nod, smile, look pretty, take a drink every now and then, smile for the camera.
Great.
And the crowd will be very happy.
I can do all of that. Well, that's a nice flop for 5-10 of hearts. A double belly buster? No, just a belly buster.
You were so delighted at the prospect of a double belly buster. I've never heard anyone so happy.
No. Well, like most things people want to see, it wasn't actually there.
And we're not really getting the setups right now, are we? Not even really getting hands where we can see much post-flop play.
I did have a busy weekend, and my arm is relatively sore, but I can crank it if necessary.
Well, I for one, appreciate you willing to take one for the team.
Yeah.
Kings for T2 Games. Opens on the button. And it's raise and take it, and that takes us to the break. So we are at the final table of the Sunday Million with 5 players remaining, all guaranteed $31,000, playing for a first prize this week of $118,000. T2 Games from Brazil is still chip leader, but doesn't have the dominant advantage they once had. 33.5 million. Fahrenheit 95 second on the leaderboard with 29.8 million. We've got a couple of other players, both with 20 million each, and Cuckoo Kachu is the short stack right now. So, yeah, we had a question during that session from Oxford asking about the PokerStars random number generator. It's not a trolley question like many of the ones we get. Does the generator burn cards, or does it make its own decision on what should come depending on how the hand was played? So I think this is a two-part question. First of all, no burn cards involved, right? It's online, so the burn card is not a thing. I know that there was some sites with their random number generator where the deck is constantly being shuffled and it only draws cards as and when they're needed, which is why people say that the time it takes to make a decision, or how many players go to the flop, for example, impacts on what flop cards come, because the time that those cards are needed means you could see different cards if it had been a second quicker.
I always heard it mattered too where you click the button. Like the button is this big, and if you click like the corner versus the center, that could affect it.
Well, the one thing I can tell you is that the shuffle is done before any cards are dealt. So effectively, those 52 random numbers assigned to a card in the deck are randomly drawn, and that deck is shuffled before any cards are dealt, and the deck stays that way. So the interesting thing is, a few years back, I got the opportunity to go to the Isle of Man and talk to some of the team about how it works. And I think it was Lee Jones actually who helped try to explain it. And it's a two-step process how the random number generator works. Step 1 is beams of light being projected at a mirror, which then bounce off randomly. It's a series of kind of ones and noughts, which gives you one set of random shuffling. And the other is user data. And that is stuff like keyboard interactions and mouse movements, where again, it's just being able to generate random actions, random sequences, which allow you to generate a random deck of cards. And that gives you the shuffle, that gives you the deck before a hand takes place. But once that shuffle is done, it's done. It doesn't change through the duration of the hand. And yes, just to confirm, no burn cards. That's my understanding of it. I probably explained it really badly, and there's probably loads of important people at PokerStars right now typing away on their keyboard saying, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah, I never quite understood the random beams of light thing.
Yeah, it's
like I would have explained it the same way, but hey, I don't get involved. I always thought that there was just someone, like a whole team of people, shuffling decks and handing them off to get scanned. Look, if it were my site, that's what I would do.
Yeah. So I honestly don't know the answer to this question. And if you take into account, someone will know the answer. If you took into account all of the PokerStars licenses and all of the tables and games, be they cash tables, spin and goes, MTTs, home games, play money and real money, across every single market everywhere in the world, I wonder if you were running PokerStars as a live card room, how many dealers you would need. What do you reckon? What would you set the line at?
Well, it depends on I guess on an average moment, right? Because there's going to be more busy times and less busy.
Okay, average out. Average time on an average day. How many tables are running? And obviously, I know that you would not be able to keep up with that pace. How would you run Zoom? How many dealers would you need to run the Zoom tables?
Okay, assuming a Zoom table, man, I don't know. I just off the top of my head, I would say 10,000.
I'd take
10,
the over. I'd take the over on 10,000.
What would your line be?
I mean, assuming that you've got heads-up tables, short-handed tables, spin and goes, it's got to be close to 50,000, right? That you'd need, especially if you needed them on rotation.
Yeah. Yeah, 50,000. I wasn't thinking about spin and goes.
Anyway, action's restarted. I'm going to hand things over because Nick Walsh is back and Joe is going to handle the play-by-play.
We need 50,000 dealers, but only one Nick Walsh to teach us about blockers.
Let's go. I'm the only one that you require here. Thank you for having me, guys.
Down to the final 5 here in the Sunday Million. 118 grand up top. Next player out gets 31,000.
I wasn't thinking about the spinning goes. They never do, Joe. They never do. I love that.
I had a pretty good win weight on spinning goes back when I lived in a
Yeah,
place where I was allowed to play them.
I love them. I love them. I do.
Dangerous spot here for Alex. A no good overpair. And a short stack. Man, I always find myself in these unfoldable spots against short stacks. And maybe they are foldable. Like, can you get away from this?
I mean, you know what I think a lot of people find super frustrating about these spots is the feeling like I'm pretty sure I have the best hand and I kind of want to protect my hand. But then if I do try and protect my hand and I get shoved on, you know, like, you know what I mean by that? So if the jacks bet, you raise, then they put it in and you have to make a decision as to whether or not they have a flush draw or maybe they just have a top pair. And it's just really, really hard to play well. But yeah, I sympathize with that for sure. And I mean, I play games that tend to be, you know, really, really short stacked. So, you know, you don't have these trickier deep stack spots where you have a lot to lose by making a big mistake on the flop, for example. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. Wow. That's a great fold. Wow,
that is a great fold. Choo-choo picks up a bunch of chips. No long danger zone.
I think this is one of those spots though as well that really, really benefits from, like, if you feel like the person you're playing with knows how to play some poker, like it's not really a turn where your opponent is going to have a ton of like complete airball bluffs, right? You know, so you can kind of start to have an idea as to where you are with that kind of a hand when the board pairs like that, right? It was kind of a forgiving one because it's not exactly the number one, like, oh, this is always the turn where they're gonna go ahead and take another shot with ace king or something like that. Quite the opposite, in fact, I think, when you flat it in position. So yeah, interesting one though. I wonder what the old solver would say.
Choo-choo in a great spot to pick up even more chips. 2 hands in a row.
Oh yes, that's a really nice turn for king queen.
Running jacks to round out this board. $2.1 mil the bet from T2.
Interesting. Interesting. It's kind of a blocker bet size, right? You know, you do open yourself up to getting bluffed here once in a while when you use that sizing because you're not exactly screaming omega strength. But we do see a lot of that blocker bet coming into play on some of these final tables, and I think it is, we've spoken about this before, kind of sometimes a little bit more effective in these scenarios and in MTTs because they're a little bit more scared to, you know, make big mistakes when those chips are so valuable.
Well, that was a huge pot for Choo-choo, who's basically now tied for 5th place, 4th and 5th place. Heck of a 3-bet here from T2.
NFL says commentary by solver would be interesting in my view. On a tough spot, run it through a solver right then and there and see what the viewers share it with the viewers and then let them know what the decision should be. Actually, it's funny you say that. I think next year I'm going to try and do a lot more content, something like that on my channel as well. You know, trying to do some really in-depth analysis and trying to decide whether or not it is the right play if we're playing against, you know, a specific player pool and stuff like that. I think there's so much content that could come out of that kind of stuff.
Next year, that's only 2 weeks.
Next year, it's going to be a big year.
Folds around the blinds. King 8 for Fahrenheit. Pocket 5s defend the big. Still the best hand on this ace-high flop. Moving on. Jacks for Fahrenheit now.
Must be nice. We're getting short-handed now. You know this is my jam, Joe. Now we're playing some poker here. None of this full ring stuff.
Oh my goodness. One overcard. Jacks cracked. Unreal. Jack's still quite broken. Lying naked on the floor.
Cold and I am chained, lying naked on the floor.
Monster says Jack's moved his mouse to the wrong spot. Yep.
Yep. Natalie Imbrugler. Uncle Jonesy. Welcome, buddy.
Action folds around to STFN. Who folds?
Blind v blind, 6 deuce off. That's right at the bottom of the barrel right there. No action. No thank you.
All right, we got some hands. King, queen. Won't play 4. King, jack.
KJ. I mean, he's got 40 milli. He can definitely make some plays here. Decides to go for the raise.
Takes it down with a dominated hand. 3-bet, but how about rockets? The bullets for Fahrenheit. 95. How fun. How fun with aces in the big blind. Someone's already raised. Unfortunately, you will get no action. Oh.
Ooh. Okay, well, that's one way. That's one way to do it.
T2 did flop a double backdoor belly buster.
Interestingly here as well, 10 of spades. I mean, in many cases, the old 10 of spades here will give Tetiu, I don't know how to pronounce it, an incentive to continue bluffing. Or, you know, sometimes he'll pick up a little bit of a draw on the turn. Sometimes a little bit of a combo draw. The deuce of hearts is pretty innocuous, though. And here you go. Max value with aces versus 10-5. Little does he know he cannot improve into the best hand at this stage. I mean, Fahrenheit's line. Oh, does he check the river? He's got to, right? You can never lead this river.
17.5. 17.5. 17 and a half or 17.5 million in the pot. Does check.
Is he actually going to get another bluff? Will he get another bluff?
No.
All right, but I still think he got a lot more value than he would have done if he had 3 bets. So kudos to you, sir.
Absolutely huge hand for Fahrenheit. Now up to 32 million. Just about tied with T2. T2 flops top pair. Was dominated. Domination rotation. Big Alex, no pair, no draw, really. Nah, dog, T2 has it. Always does.
No, dog. Okay. A little bit of turn action here. Opts for the check. I mean, pretty clear value bet at this point, right? What's the size, though, chat? What's the size?
3.85.
Somewhere around the middle. Very nice.
When in doubt, I just click the half pot button.
I think a lot of people feel that way. That's why sometimes the half pot, I think, can be a bit of a tell. You know, I think if you were to take a random sample of 1,000 river bets, I'm willing to bet that half pot is going to be a lot more value heavy than people might imagine. It's kind of one of those weird things. You know, when your average person is thinking, I don't want to scare them off, but I don't want to make a small bet, they tend to reach for that middling bet, which is why I think it's really important to take a look at some of your river play in these situations and see if, you know, there's a chance you might be giving off tells with your bet sizings in those situations, and consider having more polarizing sizes where you can actually include some more bluffs for that reason as well.
And once again, we have a domination rotation situation. Top pair versus a belly buster. Oh, belly busted. Busted all over your face.
Joe Stapleton's tell-all biography, belly busted.
Oh, it's all in your eyes and mouth. River's 10. Straight's good.
Oh, Lorian87, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Welcome.
Lorian, who went out in 7th. Why don't you give out 7 subs?
Oh.
Since you went out in 7. 3 point. Hey, it's a half pot bet.
Domination, rotation, restoration. I like that one. Nice work, Elu. Digging it. Hey, look, it's a half pot bet. I love this. I think the half pot here is a little bit more called for, though. You got a whole bunch of
nice.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of blocking the stuff you want them to have here, but as we know, blockers are a myth.
Big Alex, now the short stack.
I was going to say blind v blind. I think 8-9 suited is probably meant to be a push here. With ICM, it's a little bit more questionable, though. King 9 is definitely a call, though.
8-9 flops a straight draw. King of the turn. Lights out for Fig Alex. And we are down to 4. Fig Alex earns $31,000. Everyone now guaranteed just over $40,000.
GG's. Yeah, I mean, you're the shortest stack at the table. You need to get back in the game. Blind v blind hands like 8-9 suited, 9-7 suited, 6-5 suited are actually, theoretically, you can shove them for a lot more big blinds than many people tend to realize. And it's got a lot of good properties. When you make that all in, you're obviously going to generate folds primarily, which is what you're looking for. But when you do get called by the calling range, you are very rarely going to be dominated. You know, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, king 10, all those kinds of things you will have plenty of equity against. So you reclaim some of that lost equity a little bit better than even, you know, hands like maybe, you know, ace deuce and stuff like that. That's more likely to be dominated. But those are still going to be a push, of course, as well.
Never thought I'd say this, but this 6 is a sick turn. Oh, Alorian going for 7 more gift subs, not 7 total. Very nice.
Very nice of you, sir.
And the river is an ace. Pair of 6 is still good. Does T2. I don't even know if this would be a bluff or a value bet. No, they do nothing. Show it down. Blinds are up. 800K is the big blind now.
Ooh, we're getting into it now.
We are for sure.
Oh man, we're definitely getting into it now. I mean, stacks are
Not super deep.
not super deep, not super deep. This is how I like it. Now we're talking. King 5 suited definitely has a playable hand here. Playing a little bit chill though. I get it. At this point, we're talking about some serious ICM considerations. I don't mind him taking out some of those weaker suited King X's there, for sure. And we do see an all-in and a quick fold.
Come on, Chucho. You can do it.
Ooh, ace queen suited, definitely not going anywhere here.
Puke. All right. This is one way to not get out flopped. I like it.
Go. Not messing around.
I like it given what hand they're up against. Oh boy. What do you do here?
Okay. I mean, ace-9 could very well be a push there once in a while, but like I said, those chips are so valuable at this stage in the tournaments. I was surprised to see a complete, just a straight up fold though. Thought they might have played that one, even if they didn't opt for the push.
The mushy cookie says cooler incoming. You mean this queen 6, queen 6, queen 7 cooler? Oh, no, I guess not. Top pair for Choo Choo. All of
good.
the equity. Little bit less equity now. Still 90%. T2 with the gut shot, the belly buster.
I love it. All right, taking it down.
Yeah, Choo Choo doing their absolute best to compete with STFN. Fahrenheit with over 50 million chips now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him definitely playing really solid over the course of these final tables, and you know, certainly one of the players that's definitely changing gears, especially when he has the chips, and I love to see it. I think that's really where you see good players making really big adjustments late game.
Choo Choo did not get aggro pre-flop. Fahrenheit gonna try to take that opportunity to steal this. 3 queens on board.
James Hartigan with the hashtag fun fact: Joseph Stalin always added half a teaspoon of cinnamon to his hot chocolate before bedtime. There you go.
T2 makes it 1.6. The min raise with Jack 9 suited. pretty pacey. More queens.
Is this the cool deck we've been waiting for?
It could be. Holds around the blinds. Jack 10, queen tray. Will queen tray defend? Yes. Top pair for T2. One club for Choo Choo. Choo Choo, T2. T2, Choo Choo.
All right, there's no action on the flop. Does the jack bet the turn is the question.
Excuse me. Top pair is still good.
Top pair is still good. All right, taking it down.
Queen 5 for Choo Choo. Gives Farron a walk.
Okay, queen's in the big blind.
It's Choo Choo opening on the button. King 7 of hearts. There's the 3-bet. Almost all in from STFN. Bye-bye. Queen versus Queen. Look at that. Queen number 2 folds. T2 with A7.
Makes the call.
10 eye flop. Ace high the best hand.
You got those backdoor clubs. It's just like, do I really want to get tangled up with the other big stack right now in a spot where he could have all sorts of stuff that I don't want him to have here? Yeah, fair play, fair play. You got 2 short stacks still around you, and you've got Fahrenheit who's willing to actually put them in some pretty hardcore situations pre-flop. So
nice little shove there from Choo Choo. Stays alive, picks up some chips. Woof.
Joe, as an American, do you make a habit during Christmas to watch A Christmas Story? Do you have any movies that you always watch at Christmas that are sort of Christmas related?
I tend to watch Christmas Vacation at least once a year.
Okay, sure.
But I've watched close to 10 Christmas movies already this year.
Okay.
And the only one that was a repeat viewing for me so far has been Gremlins.
Wow, okay. Yeah, right, fair enough. Because I always thought it was pretty cool that they do there's always that one channel that just has Christmas Story on repeat. I think I end up watching parts of it here and there, and by the end,
out on that eventually. But now it's been so long since I've seen it, I'll probably watch it. And my girlfriend hasn't seen. Oh, we got a flop here, guys. It's a flop, guys. We got a flop over here. My girlfriend hasn't seen a lot of the classics, so we'll probably end up watching Home Alone and A Christmas Story at some point over the next couple of weeks.
All right, yeah, fantastic. It's a Wonderful Life, of course, another American classic.
Alpha's a good one. Good call, Lucky Pengeling.
Yeah, that's a good call. Some of what has still not seen A Christmas Story. It's just sacrilegious, in my opinion. Sacrilegious. You'll shoot your eye out, Summer.
You can't big up these movies too much, though.
I think there's a lot of nostalgia associated with them as well, right? If you didn't grow up watching them, there's probably a good chance that you're not going to really appreciate them, to be honest.
One of my favorite Christmas movie stories ever is I came home for Christmas and I walked in the living room. My dad can barely be bothered to say hello to me. And I look at the TV and I go, Dad, what are you watching? Christmas with the Cranks? And he goes, yeah, it's a classic.
What, wasn't that released in like 2005 or something?
It's from like 2005, but also, just so you guys know, the Rotten Tomato score, Christmas with the Cranks,
It's not great.
5%.
Yeah, it's not great. It's a classic. We talk about Joe. It's a classic. We saw some action on the flop, but on the turn, both players checked it. I think the ace has a pretty clear value bet at this stage now. What kind of a size? You know, like half pot. He does check. Never mind. It's a showdown.
Pocket 8 for STFN. The Snowmen's num num.
I literally cannot read the word fragile without saying, "Oh, fragile."
Fragile. Bad Santa, good one. With you there, Nazar. Also, The Ref. I know it's not a great movie, but The Ref has a lot for me. There's the all-in from Choo Choo. Eights, let it go. And it's a race to the bottom for fourth place.
The night before with Seth Rogen. That's a good one too. That's nice. That's nice. I'm not going to fully sign off, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was okay.
Which one?
With Seth Rogen the night before.
I liked The Night Before.
I liked it too. I liked it, but I think there were parts where I was like, ah.
Office Christmas Party, I really liked.
Yeah. Huge flop for Jack 9 of spades here. The combo draw, which does include a belly buster.
Up and down now. Pair of sevens still out in front. Oh, man.
Oof.
Ace on the river, 2 pair for T2.
Oh, man, those combo draws. Those the most expensive draws in this game. All right, takes it down. That was a pretty savage blow to our friend STFN.
Yep.
He is most definitely in the danger zone.
Danger zone. T2. Yep. Knew it. Knew they were going to be mean with his 9 tray. King 10 just folds. Wow. Well, my babies, like Christmas Vacation versus Home Alone, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. 5's holding. There's a belly buster. Belly busted, and so is STFN out in fourth place. We're down to 3.
Belly
STFN
busted.
walks with $43,661.
And that is a score, though. Oh, somebody's talking deal. Somebody's talking deal.
Deal. Oh, hello. Late. Maybe he's talking about his latte in front of him.
He was asking Fahrenheit if it was a latte or it was hot chocolate.
I said latte. Ace 5, best hand, best draw. Bigger stack. I guess that's the end of the deal, chat.
Nobody else has anything else to add?
Let's play Mortal Kombat. Huh.
I mean,
Finish him.
we've seen a lot of funny finishes on this stream, but what if they all just agreed to, win or take all, but we'll base it on who wins a game of Mortal Kombat? They're like, all right, enough poker. It's getting late.
It reminds me of that chess joke. where these two guys are playing chess and the other one says, "What do you say we make this interesting?" So then they go play something else. Trip Kings, the best hand. Blinds going up 500,000, a million. And
Joe, what are the big blinds? What are the big blinds?
The big blind is the amount of money a player is forced to put in before getting cards dealt to them in order to induce action. Thank you for your question.
I thought it was human calculator time.
Oh, how many big blinds?
Yeah.
Let's see. T2's got 40 point. Okay, it's moving too quickly. 39.254851. Choo-Choo's got 28.739374 big blinds. I can only do it to about 6 decimal places. Fahrenheit's got 45.025775.
Nice. Solid. Get that chat. Lightning speed, human calculator skills.
Sorry, I just get really out of breath when I do it that fast. It makes me tired, like when Baby Yoda grabs the ball. It exhausts me to use my brain that much. T2. Raising 9-4 suited. Queen 10 for Jew Choo Choo Choo. Jew Choo Choo Choo. Nah, dog. Let's talk about laddering.
Yep.
From third to second. So you fold Queen 10 here. Seems tight, right? To the untrained eye. That prize difference. Even though you would have turned it straight. Oh my God. Not straight. Oh God. How do you fold Queen 10 there? Please justify the Queen 10 fold.
Well, he just had a feeling.
How about the diamond? Diamond on the river. Diamond. Oh, look at this. Fahrenheit checking.
I mean, he's giving him
Trying to get a bluff.
the opportunity.
Oh
13 million.
He took that opportunity. Fahrenheit with the chance to become the big-time chip leader.
Time chip leader.
Folds the best hand. Gives it up to the 9-high bluff. Now T2 with aces.
Oh, man. I mean, will we ever really know what Let's Play Mortal Kombat means, guys? That's what's gonna haunt me. Fahrenheit, if you are watching this, please get in touch with me and let me know what you meant by play Mortal Kombat.
Tough decision here.
Oh, somebody in the chat just said he can't call. He's only beating a bluff. Well, that he was indeed beating a bluff.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you for your comment.
It looks like we're going to get Choo-Choo folding from sitting out. This is dangerous when you're three-handed.
Yeah. I mean, you're on the final table of the Sunday Millie. You want that time bank, methinks. Oh, Fahrenheit with the limp.
Not just a time bank. You want to be in the hands. You want to be dealt in.
You do. That is helpful.
King Jack for Fahrenheit. Suited. Limps in. Interesting. That's really weird, isn't it? Especially with the big blind sitting out.
Okay, top pair for Fahrenheit here.
Choo-Choo would have flopped 2 pair. Just saying. Just saying. Oh no, ace 9 versus ace 6.
Oh, this is weird. This sit out here is,
Yeah.
I mean,
Line on the turn is the best hand. Still a belly buster for Fahrenheit. Gotta tell you, I really like T2 here after seeing them get a fold from top pair. I mean, T2 gets a free showdown. That's half pot. With the best hand. Gets a fold. T2 up to 61 million. Looks like Choo Choo's back.
choo.
Walk. And Choo Choo's whiffed entirely. Jack high is the best hand.
Takes a shot at the board. 7-4 suited, a pretty easy getaway though.
Ace Jack for Choo Choo.
Okay.
Yep. Come on, call. You got live cards. Choo Choo. Fahrenheit. Walk. T2. 3Xing. Doesn't want to give a great price to the big blind and does not. Folds Queen 10 again to the button open. 2 diamonds on this flop. Ruh-roh.
Uh-oh. I mean, I'm really loving how he's changing gears here. He is going all out, trying to steal those blinds and take aggressive lines pre-flop. And look at the power. Look at the steamroller. He's just running them down at this stage.
You know who loves steamrollers? Hartigan.
Oh, yeah?
I don't think he should miss any of this steamrolling action.
Rolly the Steamroller was definitely my favorite of all of Bob the Builder's vehicles. Closely followed by Scoop, the bulldozer diggy thing. I have to say, Fahrenheit 95 wanted to play Mortal Kombat, right? Fahrenheit 95 is about as good at fighting games as I am, i.e. terrible. And the advantage that T2 has right now is huge.
Yeah. We missed a perfect opportunity. Fahrenheit goes, yeah, guys, let's play Mortal Kombat. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him.
Yeah, and considering the difference in prize money between third and second, and the fact that Chu and Fahrenheit are pretty much tied on 25 million, T2 can just absolutely apply maximum pressure here.
Yeah, he's doing it very, very well. I mean, he's definitely picking his spots as well. That bluff that he got through where he had the 9-5 of spades where the board came, the ace of diamonds on the turn. I mean, that's the really, really big moment for him, and that was really when the tide started to turn at this stage. He's doing it. He's doing the thing. Okay, 23. Big blinds here effective for the King 9. Good flop for King 9, especially in an unraised spot.
I don't know.
Have an 8.
That person that folds top pair, I don't know.
three-handed poker. You love to see it, guys.
I do love three-handed, especially online.
And look at this, trip 9 to Fahrenheit 95. Just ace high. For
9-9.
And a bet of $1 million. Gets a call.
Yeah. I mean, Choo Choo played his hand really passively here pre-flop. This board, he should have the best hand quite often, but little does he know, Tripperinos are there.
Well, it was $1 million on the flop. It's 3.13 million on the turn. And it's a fold. And now, decent separation between Fahrenheit and Cuckoo Kachoo. Which of the other two players asked to deal, by the way? Was it T2 or Cuckoo Kachoo?
I think it was TTO initially who said,
TTO.
Yeah.
Calls with the 10-9. 7-3 can see a free flop. Or can raise.
Yeah.
The first thing that Fahrenheit said was before Let's Play Mortal Kombat was late. Which makes somehow less sense than Let's Play Mortal Kombat.
Maybe it was a typo. Maybe he was like, later, let's play Mortal Kombat first.
Or maybe it was, it's too late for that. It's time for Mortal Kombat.
Too late.
I love it.
All right, people asking where the final three players are from. One of them's like a green flag with a planet on it. The other ones are red, white, and blue, but not America. And the other ones are red, white, and blue with a triangle. I don't know what they are. Thank you for your question. That one's not America, right? That one, even though it's red, white, and blue?
Ace-8 can definitely just be a shove here if you wanted to. He's opting for the raise, and he's getting a lot of these blind v blind moments through against Choo Choo over here, so I can see why he's opting for the lower variance line, because he doesn't feel like he's going to get exploited that frequently in these situations.
The red, white, and blue one is Russia, definitely not America.
The other one is Saturn, and I think the third one is Costa Rica, right?
It's the Czech Republic, but close geographically. We've got a flush draw against top two here.
Oh, baby, look at this. And 9-10 still the best hand on the turn. Oh, it's a very wet texture. Nice big bet here. Yeah, I like it. I like it. That's the size. That's the size you want to really push out some of those hands that can catch up against you, like 5-8 bit.
I think my personal favorite was your description of the Brazilian flag. A green flag with a little planet on it.
It's got Saturn on it.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow. So an even bigger advantage now for T2, up over 78 million. Meanwhile, it's even Stevens between the other two players.
Yeah, but not the good kind.
No.
Okay, deuces. Definitely an interesting spot here in terms of ICM. Top pair for the King 10.
That makes it easy.
That makes it really easy. Life is easy when you got lots of good hands. Deuces does decide to try and put in a bet. Just a call. Super dry texture. You gotta love to see the call here.
Oh, the robe's open again. Barry Greenstein's in the room.
Did you say Barry Greenstein's in the robe?
I said the robe is open one more time as Barry Greenstein lets it all hang out.
He flops pretty well.
Barry's Greenstein has entered the room.
Interesting river raise here from Cuckoo Kachu, turning deuces into a bluff.
They've all been playing so straightforward and tight. You'd love to see this work.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Great call from the King 10. T2 now up over 82 million. Blinds up to 600K, 1.2 million.
What a call. I got a bad feeling about this.
I think this goes raise, fold, shove, fold.
Raise, fold, call, 994.
No, you're never going to just flat with queens here. Fahrenheit's not doing that.
No, sir. Wow. Was that ace-4 of hearts?
Just ace-4 off.
Oh,
Okay, we've got ace-10 suited versus ace-10 suited. Have we had a chop today?
Yes, me and Nick had one, but we kind of I phoned in the singing.
Okay, you're not phoning in this one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a chop pot, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. We've got ace-deuce all in, shoving on his two opponents.
Looks like we did well.
Looks like we nailed it.
Nailed it.
Did you sing?
I did, yeah. Nice, nice, nice. That was pretty strong. Ace-6 knows what to do here, just putting it in. 9-5 suited.
You know what to do.
I think probably on this final, Choo-Choo has been the tightest player by far. Ooh, and the sit-out comes back there. Back just in time, though.
Nearly 85 million for the chip leader. 20 million for Fahrenheit 95. 10 million for Cuckoo Kachu, who's all in here with ace deuce. Folds from the other two players.
Should I crank it or?
I don't think you need to crank it. I think T2 is just dominating this right now and is in a, for as long as you've got these two players both on similar size stacks. What the hell?
Uh-oh. I mean, how good has he been running so far today? I mean, I don't think it wait a minute. Wait a minute. Guys, the kings that have been failing all
Guys,
day.
kings have worked on more than one occasion for T2. The shove, the call. If Cuckoo Kachu calls all in, we could see this end with a double KO.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Here we go. Three-way all in. The ace is inconsequential. And kings do indeed hold. And we have our winner. It is over. Congratulations to T2 Games from Brazil, who takes down this week's Sunday Million for $118,000. Fahrenheit 95 had more chips at the start of that coup to take second place for 85 grand. And Cuckoo Kachu gets nearly 61K for a third place finish. What a way to finish it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is over. And the Sunday Million delivers yet again. I don't know what it is. Every week, short-handed play at the final table seems to have its own narrative. Whether it's people eking it out, trying to play multi-street poker for $0. Whether it's people just getting it in pre for 40 big blinds, playing for a difference of 30K. Or whether it's that ridiculous setup, jacks versus queens versus kings. And you're right, kings, the story of the day, they hadn't worked for a lot of players, but they did work for T2 earlier on. They gave him the chip lead, and they give him the win. They give him the victory. And Nick, just to talk seriously about that short-handed play, okay, T2 got a lot of the best hands there, but also just absolutely steamrolled the other two players.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and this is something that we're seeing time and time again. And a lot of the chat I know really there's quite a big difference between three-handed and nine-handed play. A lot of the chat being like, this guy's playing like, I would never play this hand. I'd never be caught dead playing this hand. But the players that we see really steamrolling these finals are the ones that know when they can open up and they can start playing that much wider range and really punishing people when they have that kind of a chip stack. And you know what? It tends to work. It's usually a clinic. And I think we certainly saw that. He was just firing away and taking full advantage of the chips that he had. And yeah, it was great to see. Loved it so much.
Joe, another fun finish to another fun event.
Super fun finish. In fact, I want to give this my T2 ending. Ready?
Oh, Terminator. Jesus Christ, it took me a while to get there.
Oh, man.
So basically, we are done for the day. There is another Sunday Million stream next week. Nick's going to be handling that one. And then we're into the Blowout series. And we're going to be streaming Mondays and Tuesdays for the 4 weeks of the Blowout series. Joe and I are going to be back later this week with the final episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast for 2020, featuring, I can now reveal, special guest Hank Azaria of The Simpsons fame. Should be another fun show. We will see you very soon. I don't think he's coming back. I think he has actually dissolved in molten lava. For now, from Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from the PokerStars Arena.